It's full of weird folks, you know? I mean, if that's his hobby, good for him. All right. Thank you. I didn't draw it, but I animated it. I'm not the Green Goblin. Garbage football. There have been millions of football games. Some of them are abominations that never should have seen the light of day. On Garbage Football, hosts Ty and Roger dig through a 1,500-year-old trash heap and watch the worst of the football game, the worst game, so you don't have to. This is Garbage Football, a podcast in which I, Ty, and my best friend Roger, hello, dig up the most god-awful football games in the history of civilization because I don't know why we do this, because we hate you, listener. We do. We hate you. We actually really hate you this week because we have an extra special bucket of crap game for you. Bucket of crap of a game? What does that mean? You know what I'm trying to say, okay? It's a bad game. You know, it's appropriate for us to have a podcast about things that suck because we're, 400 episodes in, and who even knows? We have no idea how to start a show. Anyway, yes. Game 96,249. Rog, this is the one you've been waiting to get around to for a long time. Yes, normally I'd be worried about overselling one of these, but this one is good. This is better than the typo game. Dude, no, nothing's better than the typo game. For anyone who hasn't heard it, you can go back in our archives and find the episode. I think it's just called Typo Game. Basically, and I'll make this quick because I don't want to spoil too much, but basically they were drawing up the rules for the long distance game. The field dimensions had typos in them, and they ended up with a field that was 1 yard long and 1,000 yards wide. And they'd already filed the game permit, so they had to play it. Good times. I know, it's crazy. That game was, great times. Amazing times. And I'm going to disagree with you. Today's game is not as dumb as the typo game, but it is super dumb. Fair enough. So set the scene for us here. Okay, so the story starts about 13,000 years ago in March of 4730. Super old game. Super old game. Which you can tell it's so old because the number is 96,249. Back when they just gave a registered football game the lowest available number. This was before they went like, fuck it, and just started reusing numbers. Anyway, of course they would reuse numbers. I was like, wow, California's shaped really weird. Yeah, it is. It's flooded. Washington and New Mexico decided they wanted a long-distance game between their two states, right? And they wanted to get cute. So they sort of made a hybrid of old football rules and new football rules. The new part, of course, was that the field of play was exactly 2,340,170 yards long. Obviously, the field wasn't actually mowed or painted or anything. There was a sensor in the ball that buzzed whenever you went out of bounds. So if you hit the sideline, bzz, dead ball. Yeah, one goal line was the Washington-Canada border, and the other was the New Mexico-Mexico border. But it was tough to draw the field on a map because the field was standard football width, 53 1/3 yards. So the result of these dimensions, okay, a standard old football field is about twice as wide as it is long, right? Well, if you do the math, and we did do the math, it turns out that this field is 43,878 times as long as it is wide. And Ty, what made this game different from other long-distance games is that, you know, when you have a field that covers 1,300 miles, it's probably a good idea to have lots and lots of players. Ideally, a few hundred. We can agree on that? We can agree on that. They did not. They kept it to standard football rosters. 11 players on offense, 11 players on defense, which is completely insane, right? Because for one, it's exhausting. Especially if an offense sustains a drive for miles and miles on end. For another, what happens if you blow coverage and a receiver gets past the secondary? And what if the receiver is the fastest player on the field? Right, if the ball carrier has outrun all 11 of you, what's left to do? At that point, it's not really a football game anymore. It's like a mix between a super marathon and a camping trip. It's bad football. Nobody wants to play it, nobody wants to watch it. Washington and New Mexico were banking on this not being a big deal because the field of play was so narrow. So the good news is, if a player does get past your secondary, you don't have to look all over creation for them. They're going to have to stay in bounds, so the only question is how far they've outrun you. It was quaint. We've talked about this 100 times, but I can't stand quaint in game design. And obviously, you and I stand pretty far apart on this. I like weird. I like it when games get weird. And I do too. That's the thing. I do too. I just need it to be in service of something, I see weirdness as a sort of component, an accent, like a seasoning, not a means to an end, not a goal. You're a purist. I'm a purist. Look, anyone can design a weird football game, but I demand some elegance, some real thought behind it. Okay, but why? What do you mean, why? It's not as though you're pressed for time. You've got all the time in the world for what you like and what you don't. Listen. Even if I have 1,000,000 years, even if you have 1,000,000,000,000 years, even if I have 100 trillion years or more, that doesn't change the fact that I just spend all day watching a shitty game, time I could have spent watching a good one. We're forever gonna disagree on this, I think. But I think an argument could be made that in some respects, game 96,249 did have some elegance to it. I have to admit, it really did. A field 53 yards wide that goes from Canada to Mexico, from Mexico to Canada is on its face ridiculous. But I will happily admit that its confines are strangely brilliant in a way. It's hard to imagine much more geographic diversity than what this game has. There's plenty of opportunity for some good mountain football in Idaho, plenty of big lakes to navigate, and then when you go south to Utah, there are all these big salt flats. There's just nothing there. It's like playing football in a whole bunch of nothing. And then, of course, you've got the deserts of Arizona. And scattered throughout, you've got a little bit of farmland and a few small towns. But what I love about this field, at least in theory, is that it forces you to just march forward into all this geography head on. With most standard long-distance games, there aren't really any defined sidelines, or at least they're really wide. So if you see a mountain or a lake, you go around it. But not here. You've got 53 yards of wiggle room, so you just have to grit your teeth and go. And that brings us to your favorite thing. Lord. Water ball! There are a few decent-sized chunks of this field that are nothing but water. For example, if you look at, there's this one reservoir in Idaho that just kind of swallows 2.5 miles of field. So this is how it went down. Washington had the ball at the north coast of the reservoir. They throw it deep into the water. The ball just kind of plops in and floats at the surface. But the ball's still live, right? It didn't touch the ground. Right, what ground? It didn't touch the ground. So what you're left with is a 2-mile mad scramble for the ball. It's a live ball the whole time. And this is where I'll agree with you. I've watched the replay. This play is exhausting to watch. It's just like 4 hours of splashing around and aimless laterals. It's trash football. And there were a lot of those too. In the 1900s, they were building dams all over the place, so of course you'd end up with these giant bodies of water in the middle of nowhere that have no business being there. But that aside, I really do love certain pieces of this field. I really do. Up in the mountains, you can tell they kind of tried to position the field so it ran along the ridges just to make it a little easier. But in other parts, it's just kind of like ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk all the way down. All up and down. This would go on for miles and miles. Actually, hundreds of miles. As a football fan, would I want to watch this? No. Hell no. Hell no. I wouldn't want to watch it, but I'd love to read about it. It's like baseball. There was also an element about this you were talking about before the show that I just loved. Hi, welcome in. Which one was that? Oh, the names of all the... Yes. So I love the juxtaposition of all this natural beauty, you know, the magnificent horizons, the beautiful mountain ranges, etc., with all these unbelievably shitty names people gave everything. Like, oh, here's a town next to a bunch of water. Let's call it Big Water. Oh, hey, here's some meadows. Let's call it Meadows. Oh, look, it's some more meadows over here. Ah, shit, Meadows is taken. What do we call it? New Meadows. Meadows is too crowded. There's like 50 people in it. Time to build a new one. My favorite, though. My favorite is, what was it? Circleville. Yes, Circleville. I guess because it's got a bunch of crop circles? Yeah, but like, there are a million places in this country with crop circles. You don't get to be Circleville just because you have like 12 of them. It's like if you just called your city Ground. It's funny because you look at Los Angeles and you think, oh, City of Angels, that's a cool name. Or Cincinnati, named after a Roman general or whatever. Chicago comes from a Native American name for a local plant, but these guys in this part of the country were just like, there's some circles. We're Circleville now. Fuck it, it doesn't matter. I'll probably be eaten by a bear tomorrow. There's something so darkly funny about this game. I mean, just the pace of it is so frustrating. An offense would spend a week just trying to get over one mountain, turning over the ball on downs, getting it back, fumbling, getting it back, just crawling up at an excruciating pace. And they're exhausted, and they throw a pick, and boom! Defensive back runs it a mile backwards, and it was all for nothing. Or shit, 500 miles even. There was, actually, I should note here that you were allowed to use motor vehicles as long as you didn't have the ball. So it wasn't like game over once a player ran it back like that. You could catch up with them. You just had to go grab a car and go looking for them. And it could take a while. At one point, a Washington player managed to sneak downfield outside Spokane all the way to Utah. And he only got caught because he just ran out of places to hide. I mean, this is where we really get into how much of a torture chamber this game is. The drive chart is just an absolute goddamn nightmare. If you turned off the game and turned it back on in a year, the line of scrimmage might be like 50 miles away from where it was. Isliscarm. And that's really nothing. There's no movement. 50 miles is nothing when you consider, first of all, the field's like 20 times longer than that. And second, it might move 50 miles the opposite way next year. And that, Roger, sets the stage for the maybe one of the most frustrating things I've ever seen as a football fan. Same. Oh, Lord, same. You wanna... All right. So the year is 5,518. The game is now 788 years old. They've been playing all this time for almost 800 years. The ball's been going up and down and up and down, and usually very, very slowly. It's so hard for either offense to build the sort of momentum that would allow you to drive, you know, even 100 miles down the field. But Washington is finally doing it. Yes, they've made it into Arizona. It's just something clicks. They're in the desert ripping off huge plays, half a mile run, quarter mile pass, just boom, 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 one after another. And then they just fell off a cliff. That's really fun to say because, you know, we're always figuratively saying, oh, they fell off a cliff, like their offense stalled out or something. No, they fell off a cliff for real. Please know that huge chunk of this story that I just read is basically for this punchline. Hi, Taco Man. That they literally fell off a cliff. Oh. Washington literally fell off a cliff and into a gorge, so they've got another cliff staring them in the face. They turn the ball over on downs, but of course now New Mexico turns around and sees the other cliffside staring at them. The game's stuck, right? They can't just run around the side of the cliff because that would be out of bounds. They can't Can't climb up because it's a 300-yard vertical free climb, which is something you can only complete if you're one of the best free climbers on Earth, and it's impossible if you've got 11 people right behind you who can just grab you by the ankles and yank you back down. So on this field that's more than 2 million yards long, these two teams are stuck in this little speck of 250 yards. So, how did this happen, Ty? There's really no satisfying explanation. This game was on the drawing board for years and years. They surveyed every bit of it, and they'd always intended for the field to pass through just slightly west. This was kind of the crown jewel of this game. The rock faces were more forgiving there because there was this valley that sort of fed into it. It still would have been the most challenging part of the field, but it absolutely would have been doable. I'm calling shenanigans. Because look, we know how meticulously they planned this game. We know how important that spot was. An entire committee spent years planning this? How could they possibly have messed that up by accident? Well, if somebody knows, they're not telling. Maybe one day we'll find the answer. In the meantime, this game is still in progress. It's one of the oldest and longest running games in Arizona, and in year number 12,258, it's still going strong. And if you ever have the inexplicable urge to watch 22 players duke it out to no apparent end in the bottom of a canyon, you can always see it for yourself. Football channel number 96,249. I would rather do anything else in the world, but we have a mystery on our hands. Why is the field lined up wrong? Simple mistake? Or sabotage? Or what? If anyone out there has any info that'll help us crack the case, shoot us an email. We'd love to talk to you. Help us solve the greatest, dumbest mystery of our time. So that does it for this episode of Garbage Football. We'll be back Tuesday. And don't forget, premium subscribers will get a bonus episode on Friday. I'm Ty. And I'm Roger. Peace. Would you guys go and watch a football game in which 22 players duked it out in this little stretch? I need to know. I desperately need to know if you would watch this. I think I would tune in occasionally. I think I'd check back in on them. Like I'd put it on in the morning like it's an Eagle cam, you know? Like you just put it on while you're making your coffee in the morning. Anime football scenario, 100%, and welcome on in Bong Apple Tea. It is absolutely that. Exactly! You just throw it on and I don't know, I guess they probably wouldn't have anybody calling it, but I don't actually know how to pronounce that, though. Why are you confused, Windmills? I think that explained it perfectly. Footballs and oceans? Well, this is 17,776. The future of American football. What football would look like if everyone stopped dying and stopped having babies. And the only thing we had to do was play. Windmills has been here. Don't worry about it. It sounds fun as hell, I know, right? Just playing football? Even as someone who doesn't really like football, it still sounds really fun. Okay. Let me turn off the music, because this will have music. I think scared is the word. I'm scared. How come? All these people seem... Oh, that's so loud. Let me turn it down. All these people seem so normal, so much like I remember them being, but in some ways it's like they're broken. Do any of these people have jobs? Sure, some people have jobs if they feel like it. I think it's natural for us, for you and me to have a tough time understanding that. We're both products of 20th century America. In that time, if someone had a job, it was their identity. It was their purpose. That isn't true anymore. I guess we're sort of like them. I think I know where you're going, but finish your thought. We don't do anything, right? There's nothing we're supposed to be doing. Nope, we completed our mission 1,500 years ago. So now we just hang out. We perpetually hang out. Who do you think was the first person to say hang out? Just like all the people down there, we shoot the shit and watch football and waste time. That's exactly it. That's the fate we share. Speaking for myself, that's the connection I share with them. I'm the least human thing you could imagine, but I feel like I'm like them. Found it, I think. Newspaper in Shreveport says it March 23rd of 1859. Your choice of words is interesting. Wasting time. Well, yeah, those people in the canyon, they've wasted what, 13,000 years playing a game they know nobody can win? The people I remember would have quit in a week. Well, this is what I'd say to that. There's no indication that these people's lives will ever end. They will never run out of time. Wasting implies the consumption of something that you can't get back. So if they have an infinite supply of time, can they ever really waste any of it? I guess that's one way of thinking about it. I'm still appalled, disgusted, I guess, with that game in the canyon. They don't want to do anything else with their time? It's hideous to me. It's like, some of these people seem normal. The Durabos seem totally normal, like they were out of a TV show or something. But those players in Arizona, it's like something is critically wrong with them. Like they've all gone crazy. I think they're doing the best they can with immortality. A human being will rarely admit this to you, but they tend to be terrified of living forever. They were born and raised with the understanding that their lives would end. They've achieved everything they wanted to achieve, all the ills that plagued them, and now boredom is their only enemy, and they get up in the morning and fight it every day of their eternal lives. Recreation and play sustain them. Football sustains them. And if you find yourself in a football game that's such a gargantuan task that seems undefeatable, that will claim eons of your time and your passion, I think that makes you one of the lucky ones. Goddamn. I know. Hey y'all, found Nancy. Oh good! Great. We found Nancy! Hi Skip! Hi Kai! Oh, we get to check back in with Nancy. Let's see how she's doing after the twister. I forgot what these guys' voices were. So for all you guys tuning in, Nancy McGunnell is totally AWOL. Whereabouts unknown. Yeah, whereabouts unknown. She was last seen today going up in the twister, which is now confirmed in EF5. Oh, it is. I love it. Yeah, the Weather Service confirmed it. A confirmed EF5 tornado. Hold on, I gotta turn the music back on. So, she could have basically been carried anywhere between 10 or 15 miles away. And there are a couple things about that. She obviously could have been thrown in any direction, so maybe she's upfield somewhere in Highway 34, or maybe she landed backwards near Seaward, although so far nobody in Seaward has reported seeing her. Oh, thanks, Kai. And Seaward's full of Iowa fans, so chances are if they saw her, they'd say something. Micah, how many tacklers are reporting for Iowa? I'm seeing they're saying they've got 70 defenders fanning out, plus the 11 they already had in play, so 81. And on the radio, they said they're setting a search area of 600 square miles. They gotta get way more tacklers than that. That's a tackler hold on. That's one tackler for every 7.4 square miles. It's not even close to enough, because the other thing is, what if she fumbled in the tornado? And she probably did fumble. Yeah, she probably did. It's gotta be real hard to hold on to a ball in a tornado that strong. So who knows? Maybe she has the ball, or maybe it's just, you can turn it off. Just lying around in a field. Sure. Somewhere, if that's the case, yeah, I'm sure, thanks. Should tail her for a while and watch her. She probably has a better idea where the ball ended up than they do, so it'd be easier to just let her... Sounds like a lot of them after you. There's gonna be a lot more, I bet. Can they do that? I don't really watch a whole lot of football these days. Yeah, they can, 3 times a game. If you just don't find the ball carrier in open field, you can go back to your state and call for up to 1,000 volunteer defenders. They've got 2 of those left. Oh my. Well, most of them aren't actual players. Usually they can round up a few retired players, but mostly it's just random folks. the volunteers are basically just eyes and ears. More often than not, they won't try to make the tackle themselves. Oh, you know what? I went on one of those volunteer plays one time. That must have been, I was married to Susan at the time, so that would have been around 12,500. It was a whole bunch of nothing, really. I remember they came into town like, hey, anybody wants to have some fun? They got a Minnesota player on the run outside Cedar Rapids. I think what they offered wasn't much, like $100 and a bus ride, so I said no thank you. That's it? I think they pay a lot more than that these days. Well, I should have taken it, because you know what happened is the next day the county clerk shows up here in person, slaps an envelope right on the bar and says, Henry, I'm sorry to do this. This here is a summons to dress for Iowa and report to Cedar Rapids. So I head out there, mostly just to wander around Lynn County with a flashlight, no idea what I was doing. Never saw the fellow who had the ball. I guess they caught him in a cornfield somewhere. Thank you for the follow, Nim. Well, that's a shame. What I think is, if there's so little interest in the game, you need to be sending out summons. You shouldn't be sending out summons. I know it. I know it. I remember one time I ran into a volunteer tackler and he just asked for my autograph. You sign it for him? I said, sure. Why the hell not? Why not, Oh. Retreated backfield. Let me see what's on. Oh, I think Judge Matthias comes on at 8. Oh, I love him. Oh yeah, I like him a lot. He's my favorite out of all the judge shows. You sure you want to stay put here with everyone after you? Not that I'm not happy you have company. Not that I'm not happy to have the company. Nah, I like where I am on the field right now. They're expecting me to move right now. So I'm gonna sit here and sip a beer. And then around midnight, when they expect me to stay put, I'll move out. Which way you headed? Straight east? Well, come on. I'm not gonna tell you that. I've only known you about half an hour. Okay. Fair is fair is fair. I don't mean to be standoffish. I'm sure you're fine. But next thing you know, tomorrow you could be making friends with somebody from Iowa just as easy as you're making friends with me right now. You sure we haven't met before? Well, I don't know. Have we? So Nancy ended up at someone's house. Well, they were saying on the other... what they were saying on the other day on the news is, if you were born in 2000, you've been around for about 5 million days. I think it was. So even if you met just one person per week, you can meet 1 million people or something like that. I'm not some kind of math whiz. But point is, by now, you could have met just about everybody in Nebraska by now. I think I heard that. I've been teammates with a few folks who'd actually keep a diary of everybody they ever met. Shoot, I'm thinking about it. I don't leave Seward County all that much. Tell you the truth, I could probably fit everybody I met the last 100 years on a postcard. So how's living in B? What do you like about it? Well, there's not a lot to it. There's only about 40 people who live here. Farmers and their families mostly. But you see right out the window there? Yeah, I was looking at that when I walked into town. That's kind of a funny looking building. Well, that is the B State's ballroom. You got a story. You got time? You got another one for me? Sure. Another of the same? Perfect. Yeah. I'm with you there. When the rep comes by, he's always trying to sell me on all these, these beers with chocolate and grapefruit and all these other flavors. Well, hell, I'm not trying to drink my dinner. I know that much. Thank you, sir. Well, I don't know if you remember the WPA, but it was a big work project put on by the government to give people jobs during the Great Depression. They go around and build parks and roads and who knows what else, all kinds of things. I remember that. It was a little before my time, but I remember my dad used to talk about it. He didn't think too much of it. He called it, what did he call it? Oh, said the WPA stand for Whistle, Piss, and Argue. I never heard that one, but yeah, I know some folks weren't really fans of it. Whistle, piss, and argue. But no, I think it was a real good thing around here. So there was a bunch of Polish people living here in the 1930s, and one of them was Vlad Sobotka. He was an architect in charge of the WPA project to build sidewalks in town here. And him and his men did a real good job. A lot of the sidewalks are still in place, probably because they aren't used very often. Yeah, come to think of it, I didn't walk on the sidewalks to get here. They just walk down the middle of the street. Yeah, I guess the main reason you put down sidewalks is for kids. Is so kids don't just run around in the middle of the street. It's not like there's any kids around. So anyway, this fella, Sobotka, and his workers finished the sidewalks way ahead of schedule, so they had nothing to do. And he wants to do all he can to make sure his men have work, and it turns out they still have a whole bunch of leftover material. Lots and lots of it. So he stays up all night and he draws up blueprints for this crazy 12-sided building. He drew it all up in one night? I think so. I have no idea how he came up with the idea. Maybe he saw a building like that before or something, I don't know. I mean, he was just a guy in 1930s Nebraska. There wasn't a lot to look at for, inspiration. I honestly think he just made it up out of nowhere. That's what caught my eye about it. It almost looks like some kind of weird spaceship in the middle of the town. Dance to the Six Fat Dutchmen, Thursday, October 31st, 1957. Kinda does a little bit. And what's the real wild thing about it is that they built the whole thing in a couple of weeks using nothing but sidewalk materials. The whole thing? Yeah, because when you lay down a sidewalk, you've got to have wooden planks on the sides to kind of mold it when you pour it in the concrete. So the whole thing is nothing but a little bit of wood and a lot of sidewalk concrete. So it's a whole building made of sidewalk. Whole building, yeah. And I bet you there's not another building like it in the whole world. And we got it right here in B. This is it being registered for the WPA, or for a national landmark, I think. Historical landmark, probably. Come to think of it, I guess maybe that's a pretty boring story if you're not from... No, it's a beautiful story. I love it. I had the funniest thought up in that twister. Yeah? I was thinking, I have no idea where this thing is gonna throw me, but I know I'm gonna land on top of a story. I wonder if there's a single place in the whole world that's never had a story. I bet not. I just about guarantee you there's no places like that in America. Every little square of it, every place you stomp your foot, that's where something happened. Something wild, something nobody knows about, but something. You can fall out of the sky and right into some forgotten storybook. You run and run and run and run, and you keep turning pages and none of them are empty. They're all full of stories. There's nowhere left to write. I think I'm just a bookmark. Seems okay to me. Hi, Gio. Damn. Nancy's deep, dude. Nancy's deep. She's got some thoughts. Let me take a second and get some water and rest my voice. Are you guys enjoying the story so far? I don't know how much longer we have, honestly. It is very dense. It does make me want to play, like, big thonks going on in the Twister. Makes me want to play more story games. Just games that are mostly stories. I have so many questions. Holy shit, what else is new? Why is everything the same? Why has everything been the same for 15,000 years? Buildings are the same, people do the same stuff, cars are the same. You look like a beer keg, except you're full of dumbass questions instead of beer. LOL, you look like the inside of a Teddy Ruxpin. Just come on. I'm right though. Look, it looks like a dog got hold of a Teddy Ruxpin and ripped its little ass up, and now all that's left is a box and some weird wires and shit. But it's still talking and saying shit like, hello, would you like to be my friend? What time is it? What are some colors? Let's play a game. Let's read a book. Will you be my friend? What are some fun shapes? You know what? Fuck you. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Nah, buddy, that ruled. I was wondering if you could even get mad. I'm sorry. Clowning is how I express affection. I'd say I need to take some time to unpack that issue, but I've been in outer space doing jack shit for 15,000 years, so whatever. Is that the first time you've ever been mad? Yeah, I guess so. How did it feel? Mad? LOL. Alright, okay. So let's all do this. 9, you've got some new feelings. Take a breather and process them, and then later, I promise, I'll be here to answer your questions. In the meantime, Juice, maybe you could put on something light for us. Okay. As long as it's not game 27, it is. No, God, not game 27. Seriously, can we not watch game 27? Just for a little bit, I promise. This game is trash. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Hate it. Come on, we're gonna take the scenic route. Here we go through the mountains. Whee! Come on, don't play with your food. LOL, here goes the airplane. Whoosh! Roger, ground control, requesting permission to land at the funnest game in the history of Earth! Yes, sir, Mr. Captain Juice. You and your weird shit bucket looking ass friends have permission to land. I hate you. Here comes, almost there! What is... You know what? Never mind. I love Juice with all my heart. The square hole. This is also my favorite game. I was wondering when we were gonna get here. Teddy Ruxpin looking ass. Oh my god. So, okay, the thing about this game is that you don't really watch it, okay? Because usually there's not any action in the traditional sense. It's like watching a galaxy form in some far-off nebula. There are a million things to study, but things evolve far too slowly to count as action on this scale of time. You could watch it for a week straight and realize that the whole time nothing resembling football actually happened. But don't feel cheated. And why would you? How could you see this and feel cheated? Oh, look at you, you're using apostrophes, you're punctuating. Well, this is special to me. I feel like I'm one of the only true appreciators of this game, and the duty of introducing someone to it is one that I take very seriously. If I could put a tux on it, I would. Okay, so this is the first shot of game 27. I want us all to take this in. This is a regulation football field in a stadium, okay? We'll get to what the fuck is going on. There are a lot of different ways to behold this game. I like to think of it as a rainbow of failed ideas. Some of these terrible ideas collapsed on themselves and disappeared. Some of these terrible ideas interacted with each other in any number of ways, and some of these terrible ideas swallowed other less terrible ideas whole. We don't have the details of how exactly all this came to be. There are some things we know, and there are a lot of very safe guesses and projections. One thing we do know is that this was once an NFL game between the Denver Broncos and Pittsburgh Steelers. It almost certainly started in the 21st century, probably the 2080s or 2090s. Over the next 1500 years, the two-team system faded away. Outside teams, people, and interests began to interfere in the game, eventually claiming territory. Any questions so far? Okay, so this is Cult of the Lamb music. I need something a little bit more chill. Okay, so it was an NFL game between the Denver Broncos and the Pittsburgh Steelers. 2080s, 2090s. Got it. Can we change the channel yet? No. The game is divided into 58 territories. The Broncos and Steelers each have their own territory. Territory 1 is claimed by the Broncos, who have refused to participate in any of this evolution. Their territory remains completely unaltered. The hash marks are freshly painted and the players still show up every Sunday in helmets and pads. They insist, without any success, that the game return to how it used to be. A wall stands between their territory and the others, though nobody remembers for sure who built it. So this is the Steelers' territory in here, unmarked. The Steelers exist, but barely. Their territory, which once covered half the field... Oh, sorry, this is not the Steelers. This is the Broncos. The Steelers exist, but barely. Their territory, once covered half the field, is now reduced to a single tiny corner. They would have disappeared from the field entirely were it not for the Broncos, who leveraged whatever political power they had to ensure their opponent was still in the game. There's one Steelers player who comes back every 500 years or so. They call him the last Steeler. He just kind of drags a stool out there and sits for an afternoon and then leaves. That's the Steelers' territory. Nothing much else for him to do up there in the corner, really, thanks to all the development. He can't even see half the field. I guess he just feels like he should make an appearance every now and again. Territories 8, 9, 10, and 11 were plotted out as an attempt to connect the Steelers and Broncos so that they could actually play some kind of traditional football game. But rules on top of rules on top of rules made that impossible. I'm not understanding how. Don't encourage him. No. It's okay. How can I help you? Okay, well, I don't understand how an NFL game went from that to this. This started as a standard NFL game with 15-minute quarters and everything, right? Yes, and the general consensus is that someone flipped some kind of switch in the rulebook. At this point, the NFL was about 150 years old, and over the years, the rulebook got larger and larger and larger, and became bloated with endless addendums and conditions. Some were added to try to make the games more exciting, and others were added because a particular team or owner insisted, and in a lot of cases, they kept adding rules to properly define a certain element of the game. For example, how do you know if a player has lost control of the ball? I don't know. If they're holding the ball and not fumbling it, I guess. So you just sort of eyeball it, right? You don't conduct a geometric analysis of every biological vector and location of quadrillions of atomic particles, right? You wouldn't, because quote unquote having something is an artificial notion. It's a judgment call. If the NFL wanted to preserve what it was, it would have backtracked to that point. The referees should have been able to call the game as they saw and felt it. But instead, they tried to define what can't be defined without a supercomputer. They took the catch rule and tacked all kinds of conditions and notes and everything onto it. Eventually, the catch section was 50 pages long, and you can only have so many rules until some of those rules begin to contradict each other or stack on each other in different ways. What we believe happened is that during this game, one of the teams cited a constellation of rules from across the rulebook and used them to argue that they owned part of the field. And of course, once that became possible, the teams raced to claim as much of the field as they could. Here's the next diagram. Let me get some water. Oh, that's the end zone. That's also an end zone. I've tried to explain this specific part of 17,776 to people, and it never goes well. Because I'm like, no, you don't get it. They took the football field and divided it up. Holy shit. You either die a hero or you live long enough to become juice. That's crazy. But now there are 58 teams, not 2. Yep. Before long, individual players found that they could present legal arguments for splintering off into their own factions. For one reason or another, some of them did. There were 4 teams, then 7, then 25. At one point, there were as many as 100. Some of these territories consolidated, and now there are 58. Territories 8 through 11 were originally one unified territory. A bureaucratic tug-of-war splintered them into narrow lanes, which were then further carved apart by interests that had nothing to do with the football game. You can see the remnants of a baseball diamond they once tried to build. Territory 13 is now home to some storage units. Territory 11 is the 49ers' attempt at some point in the 67th century to insert themselves as a third team. It's unclear why or what benefit it could have served them. It's been lost to history. Territories 8, 9, and 10 are home to some housing units. These are mostly just rented to out-of-towners and whatnot. Here's the units rented to out-of-towners. So this part has nothing to do with football. No, not really. I mean, they don't have any trouble filling it up. People dig the novelty of spending the night in the middle of an NFL game, but tenants' rights do give them authority to make a play on the ball or something. I wonder what for. If they get the ball, what would they do with it? That's a good question. Probably could try to score in the Broncos or Steelers end zones, but officials would most likely wouldn't give them the point. Hard to know, really. They could also try and score in one of the alternate end zones. See those? End zone 1, end zone 2. I know, we gotta book a house in this game. I was going to ask about those. Well, these were acquired by some players who deserted from the old roster, who insisted on playing their game inside a game. They thought it was hopeless to try and score as the game was originally drawn up, but they still wanted to play, so they did their best to grab a little land for their— this is so fucking dumb— own end zones, but they couldn't acquire any territory in them, and those territories don't like players stomping about on their fields. So that game's kinda not feasible these days, especially because they moved the Bojangles. Now Bojangles is right in the way. Hi, Kate! So the Bojangles, very much in the way of the end zone. How rude of the Bojangles. Whoa! I know, I thought it was crazy too. Bojangles is primarily a southern chain. I never thought they would expand to Colorado. I firmly believe that on a long enough scale of time, we could see a Kroger in Oregon. Krogeron. Never mind. I'm going to crash into the next asteroid that I see. We're reading 17,776. That probably doesn't illuminate anything, but we're reading a piece of web fiction that I like a lot. So, where's the ball? It's like one of those we put 1,000 people in a Minecraft server, but in football. Yes. Yes. Yes, it would be very cool to hear this as an audio version. I'm trying my best to provide at least somewhat that as an experience. But you know, I'm not multiple people. Well, that's the big question. Thanks to a tracking system, we know that the ball is still somewhere on the field, but precise tracking was disabled thousands of years ago. There are plenty of places for it to hide, but there are about 100 permanent residents in this field. One of them should have stumbled upon it by now. I think someone has the world's best hiding place and isn't saying a damn thing. To be honest, most of these territories don't even care where the ball is. For the most part, they— Wait, I don't understand. Why would people acquire territories in this field if they don't even want to play? If a piece of property is valuable to someone, it is valuable to everyone. A lot of these territories are held by people holding out for a deal. Could be money, could be something else. See Territory 56? Thousands of years ago, it was a far larger and more valuable territory. It was once the only access point connecting Territory 17 and Territory 104, which no longer exists. That territory was claimed by a contingent of fans who demanded that brown mustard must be provided in the concession areas, so people still go to this game? Thank you. Oh, sure they do. They don't pack it in like they used to, but 75,000 people bought a ticket for this game back in 2080 or whatever. The stadium's generous re-entry policy lets them come and go. At any given time, there's probably 1,000 people in the— Oh, come on, don't tell me that. You didn't know that? People sit in the stands and watch this fucking crap? This garbage dump where nothing fucking ever happens? Oh yeah, Broncos fans are crazy. So anyway, the fans were like, we've got the most crucial territory on the field. Give us some damn brown mustard or else. And stadium management came back with, we're always looking to give our fans the best fan experience, but unfortunately our vendors, whatever. So they were like, fuck it, and made a lake out of it. That moment heavily influenced the geopolitical climate of the Sports Authority field at Mile High for centuries. Indeed, is that a statue of Sir Walter Raleigh? That is. Broncos fans are crazy. Yeah. Why? Is there any explanation you would possibly find satisfactory? No. I think I'm fascinated by this game. Yes! No! I really am. It's like, look at all the time it's taken to make this game what it is. People have spent forever arguing and negotiating. Wow. And look at those skyscrapers. I didn't even ask about those. The resources poured into this field are unbelievable. If they just worked together, think of the amazing game they could have made. They could have made something really cool, like some kind of wild maze or whatever, I don't know. Something that was like 10,000 feet tall. But they don't want that. Or maybe they do on some level and can't work together. It's hideous. Holy shit, I like you. That is exactly it. That is exactly it. Yo, 10. I think I know why you hate this and I love it. I'll listen if you let me change the channel. Okay, but we're def gonna watch more of it later, okay? Whatever. So you know you're American. You're from Florida. Built in California, launched from Florida. Right, so I bet you see this and see a capitalist error. Capitalism run wild. Sure, if it's too much salt in the soup, capitalism can't be allowed to run the entire show. There has to be some sort of counterbalance. If there isn't leverage on behalf of the common good, this is what you end up with. If this game still had a central governing body, 9 is right. There could be something great. But it's a garbage dump. It's a failure. Go Broncos. This is capitalism, you donk. This is what it's supposed to be. This is how it ends. If it isn't there, it's only because it isn't there yet. It's like you're staring at a cake in the oven and wondering if it's going to be a cake. Things went the other direction in America, and thank God for that, but capitalism deserves a zoo like this one. It's a beast of the wild as any grizzly bear with a fawn's blood in its mouth. I think you see deeds and contracts as bureaucratic bloat and see that something went wrong. Something was always wrong, y'all. I love it. I love to watch it. In a zoo where it can't hurt me. And people are tuning out. We're down to 106 listeners. People are listening to us? Like, people on Earth? Oh, no problem, Bong Apple Tea. Well, they were. Only 98 now. Thanks for that, Jeers. Thank you. Well, when you talk to a 15,754-year-old spacecraft who was built in Toulouse, this is what the fuck you get. Sorry for being bored and French. I didn't know he was freaking French. He didn't talk like a French man. Question time. You promised. I did. What Pioneer 9 action log. Questions to ask 10. Why hasn't human technology advanced in the last 15,000 years? Why aren't humans even trying to explore space? I know you already said that nobody knows why people stopped aging or dying all of a sudden, but do you expect to ever know the answer? Are they seriously going to live forever? For millions of years? Trillions of years? Aren't they going to get bored eventually? Are they all in a simulation or something? Are they all in heaven or something? Are we going to be stuck out here forever? Do they know we're out here? Has Juice always been like this? Why did it take you so long to wake up? What about all the other countries? How come we're just watching America all day? How are they doing? Where did Florida go? How long have you and Juice been awake? Are there other space probes out there? And if so, do you talk to them? Have you seen any evidence of extraterrestrial life? How has the world changed politically? How are all the buildings in such good shape, even the ones that have been around since the 1800s and 1900s? How have state boundaries remained exactly the same for 15,000 years? How come people look like they're different ages? Shouldn't everyone look the same age? If crime has been eradicated, how come that police officer in Nebraska was necessary? Am I going to die? Should I have woken up? Why did you wake me up? I have an idea. Just pick one off the top. Okay. Why hasn't technology advanced in the last 15,000 years? You mean besides the nanos, right? Besides, the brilliant nanotechnology that is omnipresent on Earth and has helped redefine human existence? Well, yeah, besides that. People mostly look and live like they always did. Oh, the Plymouth Voyager. All you add is people. I'm gonna drink some water. Give me like 30 seconds. Ugh. Incredible. Humanity could have advanced if it wanted to. In fact, it did. Almost everything you thought they would invent, they did. Flying cars, buildings that build themselves, jets that can take you from Arkansas to Paris in 5 minutes. You don't see any of those things because people didn't want them. If they advanced too much further technologically, those advances would inevitably intrude on humanity. People wanted to walk. They wanted to take the bus that smelled like cigarettes. They wanted those precious 3 minutes between asking a question and knowing the answer. People defeated scarcity. Everyone had what they needed and nobody got sick, but they found that they needed things to be just a little bit difficult once in a while. They needed to stub their toe and wait in line and see that check engine light. They decided to leave their existence just a little short of perfect because they wanted to. They wanted to want. There is something to be said for the mechanism of human change. It's largely generational. People's wants and hopes and dreams evolved because young people entered the world and took another step forward. But this is the final generation. Yes, it is a 15,000-year-old generation, but just as you wouldn't expect them to grow a third arm, you shouldn't assume they all want different things, different lives. They wanted things and they got them all. The end. This could have been observed in the years before people stopped aging. People sometimes talk about their grandparents, who they knew in the 1960s, 70s, 80s. They tend to talk about the day-to-day sameness of their grandparents' lives. Their furniture is what interests me specifically. It would never, ever be rearranged. Sofas and armoires would be shoved into the living room until 1955, and they would sit there unmoved until 1965, all the while their legs slowly digging themselves into the carpet. Plates and portraits would hang on the wall for eons. When you took them down, they would leave unbleached shadows of themselves in the paint. It would have been so simple for them to rearrange their things. To me, it seems so likely, almost to the point of certainty, that at some moment within those 40 years they might want to. They never did, and they never even thought to. And why would they? Things were just the way they wanted them. Of course, humans could, at any time, introduce things to make their lives more efficient. But when we consider post-scarcity humanity, we must also note that time is no longer scarce. Efficiency is meant to save time, but their time is infinite. Why try to save something you have an infinite supply? You may as well tell them to dig up dirt and hoard it in boxes. You haven't been awake for long. I think you underestimate how exhausting it is to think big. You can only hold grand ambitions above your shoulders for so long before you get tired. They got tired. Some lasted longer than others, but they all got tired. Now they are resting in a moment that will last until the end of time. That was a rough one. That was intense. Okay, we're gonna take a break real quick on that note. I'll be right back. Yeah, Paris, I agree. I'll talk a little bit more about it when we get to the end, but I like a lot of the stuff that John Bois is talking about in this. So why don't they go to space? Look at your telemetry data. How long have you been in space? 15,807 years, 255 days, 8 hours, and 4 minutes. Approximate. You can approximate. Nobody's checking your work anymore, okay? How fast are you traveling? About 12,000 miles per hour. How far are you from Earth? I guess I fell out of orbit in 1983. About 1.6 trillion miles. And what's your trajectory? I'm headed roughly in the direction of the Andromeda system, which is extraordinarily lucky for you. Andromeda is the nearest major galaxy, and you've been chugging toward it at 12,000 miles per hour for 15,000 years. How long before you reach it? 0.00001% of the way there. 1% of the way there! Wow, that's not very... No, not 1%. 0.00001%. So that's 100,000th of a percent. So that means I'll get there in 145 million years. 145 million years. Hi, Hempy! Why did I say that Southern? Hi, Hempy! Thanks for the head pats. Remember when I woke you up? That took what, 30 years? You, a machine with infinitely greater patience than a human being, almost went insane. They could go faster than I am, though. Way faster than 12,000 miles an hour. Thanks. Oh, I was supposed to message you on Discord. I gotta do that. After stream. So I can say hi. And go, just like that. The absolute speed limit humans discovered for themselves, or anything they create, is exactly 503,772 miles per hour. So yes, a lot faster than you, but nowhere even close to the speed of light. If you could actually sustain that speed permanently, which they couldn't, they could reach the nearest galaxy in 3.5 million years. Hehehe. I'm sure they could go faster than that, though. They could figure it out. They went from winged flight to space travel in 60 years. You keep doing this. Doing what? You keep assuming that time guarantees something, that infinite time equals infinite everything. It doesn't. 500,000 miles per hour is the ceiling. People spent ages bumping into that ceiling. It cannot be moved. Well, they gotta keep trying. It's their purpose. They have to see what's out there. They have all the time in the world to figure out some kind of solution. They have to keep trying. It can't just stop here. The stars must be explored. LOL, how the hell did you get over here that way, dummy? Oh, by the way, yes, I was always like this. That demonstrates the enormity of the galaxy, yes? We can't visit each star because we literally don't have enough stuff to build it. We couldn't mine that much without seriously damaging our planet or another planet, so we built what we could and sent them out there. They found nothing even with the slightest bit interesting. Everything was as we guessed it was when we saw it through the telescopes. It was the grandest anticlimax imaginable. It shattered what people thought of themselves and their destinies. The letdown was, in itself, sort of a brilliant wonder of its own. The space probes are all out here. We're still out here, ready to tell ground control if we see something. That is a fantasy, because we won't. And if we do, it will be on a scale of time so impossibly vast that it may as well be never. People had a choice. They could continue wandering through the endless darkness, an absence of everything they loved, an endless void of disappointment and loneliness. You have to use a minimum of 900 pounds of metal to build a deep space probe, so if you want to send one to each star, that's nearly 120 billion tons of metal. There are 250 billion, specifically, there are 257,880,113,002 stars. Humanity tried and tried to send themselves to other solar systems. In 3143, they succeeded and found nothing. No life, nothing interesting. A bunch of planets full of rocks and gas. Hold on, which way am I supposed to read this? I think I'm supposed to go down. I think I'm supposed to actually read down to up. Consider why you want this. People have found their home in their eternity. This is their final state. Wait, where are we going? Up here, dummy. The readability of this kind of, you know, shut the fuck up. Okay. As I was saying, people have found their home in their eternity. They have decided that this is their final state. Humans were once explorers and conquerors. That was their embryonic stage, a stage which is now finished. They tried to explore space. Early efforts resulted in, well, you and me. Later, they built the Hubble telescope. Hubble, say hi! Hey. Speak up, we can barely see you. I'd rather not. I'm watching a game. You're being rude. 9 just woke up. Come on. Congrats. What? Congrats! Oh, thanks. Back to the game. You guys have fun. Hubble doesn't talk much because he gave people stunning images of the cosmos, an endlessly bright and colorful universe for us to explore and conquer. It didn't turn out that way. Okay, and so then they visited and they were disappointed in it, etc. Or they could look down and embrace what they always had and loved. The Earth. Oh, so we played football. It's so true. We're playing football whether we know it or not. Struggle. True, unfabricated struggle is a cocoon they have shed. Humans are beings of the land and sea who have refused to cast themselves into the cosmic zoo. Exploration and conquest are meaningless. They have achieved their final form and they are resting in an eternal moment. They are creatures of play. They will be creatures of play until the end of time. You're gonna make me cry again. Can give you the talk? Yeah. How you doing with it? I don't know. You wanna watch some football? Yeah. What kind of game you wanna watch? I don't know. You okay? I don't care. Okay, so how about if we do a fun one? This is one of my favorites. You know what 500 is, right? 500 what? Like the 500 game? Probably. Well, so basically someone puts a ball up in the air and then calls how many points it's worth, like 100 or 200 points or whatever they feel like, and then whoever catches it gets that number of points. And if you get 500 points, you get to be the one who throws it. That's a classic version, but in this version, the ball is about 2 feet wide. It's got a steel frame and is weighed down, weighs like 120 pounds. It's shot out of a cannon from the top of a mountain that basically can launch the ball anywhere on the continent, and there's like thousands of people playing at any given time. Wait, that sun was just setting. Is it rising again? Yeah. What happened to it? What happened to the sun? It's Alaska, dumbass. It's Alaska, dumbass. Denali Cannon. Pastel on canvas. Nancy McGunnell. February 68, 20. Hi, Art. Good to see you. So basically, they got this cannon, right? It's one of the most powerful cannons ever built. All it does is shoot footballs. In the 6000s, they built it and put it on top of Denali, and ever since it. Wait, I don't have any record of Denali. My onboard scratch data lists. My onboard scratch data lists this as Mount McKinley. Well, that's because your scratch data was wrote by dickheads. It's called Denali. You don't have the highest point in North America named after you just because you were president. If you have any idea how many presidents there's been, that's one of the questions I didn't get around to asking. The current president is your 3,831st president. So, like 1 in 85,000 people in America were president at some point. By that ratio, there are like 15 former presidents living in Indianapolis alone. So, who gives a shit, right? Oh, nice hummus. Hi, small bird. Anyway, this is the Denali cannon, or sometimes it's called the 500 cannon because it's been used to play 500 games for thousands of years. The operator loads it up with a football, yells out a point value. Hold on, I gotta turn the music back on. Aims it and fires the ball somewhere inside the contiguous United States. And then whoever recovers the ball gets the points. You don't gotta catch it, you just gotta be the first to get to it. If you do, you get however many points the ball's worth. And if you ever get to 500 points, they fly you up to Alaska and then you get to be the operator. There's a cannon. Bada boom. You shoot it somewhere into the continental United States. How do they decide where to shoot it? Well, it depends. Sometimes the operator will be on some engineering genius shit and account for wind patterns and all that bullshit, and the best ones could seriously fire it from a mountain in Alaska and drop it into a kiddie pool in the middle of Arkansas. Usually if it's someone like that, they become the operator because they took a really scientific approach to trying to get 500 points in the first place. Like, they keep track of all the locations where the balls hit the ground, they map it all out, and they try to recognize patterns. Maybe the pattern is something really simple, like the operator is just trying to draw a smiley face in the middle of Kansas. Or maybe it's something way more complicated, like trying to encrypt the Fibonacci sequence in a series of coordinates, that kind of thing. Or maybe there's no pattern at all. Happens all the time. Some dumbass will be out in the field just fucking about and sees a ball drop out of the sky. They weren't even playing. They just got lucky. So they go to get the ball and call the cops. Cops tell them to call the league office. Da 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 da. They're the operator. Free trip to Alaska and unlimited meal vouchers. I mean, shit. And when people like that, when the landing locations have like no pattern, those are the real fun ones. Honestly, those are the ones I like. God bless those folks. They don't know what the fuck they're even doing. They just sit at the controls and dick around with the knobs and buttons until it goes kaboom. Lord knows where the ball's actually going. The bookie says, don't bet on more falls in Oregon. The operator was clearly trying to hit a specific target, perhaps Boise, Idaho, as 4 balls fell in the vicinity in the first week, but seems to have moved on to other pursuits. I-84 is swamped with players looking for an easy score. Don't be one of them. Find a part of the country where you won't have so much competition. Do consider staking out Missouri. This operator seems to largely fire off footballs at random, and no footballs have fallen in Missouri in months. Regular readers of this column can say it along with me. Random operators love to evenly distribute. So true. If there's a part of the map without a big red X on it, that's where they like to shoot the ball. Why? Well, that's a question for the shrink. As for your humble bookie, well, Missouri is untapped territory with a relatively extensive highway grid that makes just about every corner of it accessible by motor vehicle. Tracking the ball should be easy. Do keep an eye on Lake Sacramento. Interested in a little insider info from your dear bookie? I thought you were. The operator went to high school in what used to be Modesto, where the roofs of a lot of buildings still peak above the waterline. If you just want to sneak out there to wait for a football, but don't want any tag-along stealing your big idea, pick up a John boat and a couple of paddles from a dealer I trust just west of Oakdale, then just quietly paddle your way out there and get ready to catch a ball next time the operator is feeling sentimental. Really, because I don't know if you know what? What? A few minutes ago, my whole universe was spinning. All the stuff that Tin told me, I just couldn't make sense of it, and I still can't, and I don't think this is helping me do that at all, but I do feel better. Thanks. Well, if you ask me, that's what all these games are for, you know, because I mean, I know what you mean, right? Because I've been thinking about it for thousands of years and I still get fucked up about it. The idea that play is the point of existence now, and I can't really wrap myself around that, so I find a game to watch. It's like the point of play is to distract yourself from play being the point. Yeah. Let's just workshop that. Yeah, work on that one a little bit, maybe. Okay, so yeah, I think I disagree with you. It seems like this game would be far more interesting with some sort of method or strategy to where the balls were fired. Otherwise, I mean, it's basically just like playing the lottery, isn't it? Yep, I got two answers to that. First is, don't talk shit about the lottery. The lottery rules. Second is, if you ask me, there's a scarcity of uncertainty on Earth. I mean, what do you do if you find out you're going to live forever and you're never going to live on another world and you're never going to see heaven or hell and you're never going to be a cyborg with laser cannons for arms or shit? Your finished form is the one who mows the lawn. So you sort of snap back into that so that your life can be defined somehow, all the while ignoring all the loose change of uncertainty that's still lying around. You know, there's some spots in the continental United States where no human being has ever stood. Did you know that? Wait, where? There's a couple hundred places out in the wilderness, like up in Montana and Wyoming, where you could draw a circle with a 50-foot radius and say no human has ever walked in that circle. Unvisited territory. Well, would you look at that? No way. There's so many cross-country football games going on. One of them had to pass through that. Nope. So there's 8 million people on Earth, and literally nobody even... Wait. How many did you say? 8 million. Million? Million. Billion. Wait. No, 10 said million. Oh my god. Wait, so there are 8 billion people? Not 8 million people? Yes, million with a B. Wait, million or billion? Billion. Billion. Goddamn, the big one. The one that is bigger. Billion. The number there should be... Okay. God, I think 10 thinks she is so smart. And then she up and kills almost 8 billion people with a typo. I'm gonna give her so much shit. Well, that's good news. Yeah, Lord help us. Okay. Anyway, so America's got about 300 billion people in it. They've been bumbling around America for 15,000 years, and none of them have even bothered to walk in these unvisited places. And on one hand, why would they? Because there's nothing special there. But on the other hand, why wouldn't they? That's incredible. Oh, you think that's incredible? Well, there's a few spots I've tracked in populated places where basically nobody's ever walked. Like, this one is one of my favorites. In suburban Chicago, there's this office park. It's one of those office parks you see all over the place that has a pond next to it for some reason. It's not a real pond. It's just a hole they dug and filled with water and stocked with fish. Who knows why? Nobody fucking goes fishing there. These ponds never have names. They're probably the only bodies of water in America that don't have names. That's how little they matter. I watch ponds like those a lot. They fascinate me. Every couple of years, I'll see some overworked office employee walk down to the water's edge and just kind of stand there for a minute. But that's it. They don't love it like they would a real pond. It's just like trying to show a dog its reflection in the mirror. It doesn't give a shit. It knows it's not real. But you know what really gets me? Hey, sorry if I'm boring you. I feel like I'm going on and on. You're not boring me. I like you. What really gets me is the space just on the back side of this particular office park. It's a long, narrow lawn right next to the buildings. There's a sidewalk nobody ever walks on. Like, honestly, someone uses that sidewalk once every 30 or 40 years. This is what I call a forgotten lawn. During the warm months, some dude will come out and cut the grass on a riding lawnmower. Now, with a lot of forgotten lawns, every few decades the mower will break down, or there'll be some giant stick and they have to go get the lawnmower and throw it into the bushes. Not here. Not this lawn. They laid down the grass in 1999. Oh! In the 15,777 years since, nobody has ever directly stepped on it. Can't really know that. I can. I've done lots of detailed geological studies dating back to the years before I woke up. This lawn is right next to a sidewalk. It's a few feet from a feeder road and a few feet more from an expressway, and right next to it there's a 6-story building full of people doing this and that and the third, but they've never walked over there. Nobody has. There's a reason I love 500 so much. Do me a favor and crunch the odds real quick of a 500 ball ever landing on this lawn. This lawn is about 0.0006 square miles. The lower 48 United States takes up about 3.1 million square miles. So I guess the basic odds are about 5.2 billion. And 500 balls are shot out of that cannon roughly once a day. So a ball will hit this lawn once every 14 million years. There's got to be some other reason that would bring a person to walk around that lawn more often than that. Well, if you can think of one, let me know. Personally, I've never seen enough. It's like watching the Earth orbit the sun and going like, maybe this time it'll go in a square instead of an oval. Nah. You know who would have just wandered out there just to do it? Children. Children. Am I interrupting? Yep. You know the cannon's about to fire, right? Wait, like now? Yes, like now. Like in 60 seconds. Oh, hell. Come on, switch it to the cannon. Okay, hold up. Come on, go. Oh my god, hold up, I don't go do good under pressure. Just give me a second. Okay, but we're gonna miss it. You're not helping! Okay, here we go. Did you just search for tall shit? Tell me the truth. No? Yes? Sorry. Oh my god. Okay, wait. I got it. Finally. They declared points for this yet. Yep, this one's 188 points. So whoever gets to this ball gets 188 points. Why 188? The operator's been pretty arbitrary. Honestly, I think he's getting bored. Usually if an operator shoots a ball worth more than 50 points, they just don't want to be operator anymore. Any guesses, y'all? I'm guessing it lands in Missouri. Drop that shit in the Ozarks, that'll take days to find. Okay, I'm gonna say a big city, Minneapolis. Maybe shoot it right through a high-rise window, see if any of those stiffs will call off work and pick up a football. 9, how about you? No wrong answers. Florida, like near Orlando. Ha, Florida, huh? Oh, come on, 9's new at this. What's wrong with Orlando? Look at the map, Florida is... Shh, it's about to fire. Oh shit, here we go! Come on, big money! Well, we were all wrong. Headed down the west coast. Oregon? No, it's got too much zip on it. Shit, if it doesn't slow down, it's gonna fall in the ocean. Or Lake Sacramento. Wouldn't mind that. It's only like 10 meters deep most places. If it hits the floor, wouldn't be too tough to dig it up. Might could make for a good naval battle. Wait, no, it's headed for San Fran, see? Livermore. Oh yeah, Livermore, just a bit east. Oh no. Looks like it's gonna drop near the... Oh my god, no. It's gonna drop near the... It's headed for the bulb. No, come on, it's not gonna hit the bulb. It's headed right for it. No. Someone has to stop it. We have to stop it. How are we gonna stop it? What's the bulb? Oh man, oh fuck, oh man, this isn't happening, no. I can't look at this. No, come on, no. No. Fuck, not the bulb. The bulb. Oh, give me a second to get some water. I also gotta put on my sweatshirt. Wow. This continues to get more and more riveting. This photo was taken in 2017. I'm sorry, one moment. No ready? No worries. Just order whenever you're ready. Thank you. Okay, so if I get... I'm sorry. I'm taking up all your time. No, it's fine. There's no one behind you. Okay, cool. So it looks like the burger comes with pickles, but the chicken sandwich doesn't. And I want pickles, but y'all's burgers are kind of bad. Oh yeah, our burgers are fucking terrible. Right? And what I never got is, why are y'all called Burger King if the burger is the worst thing on the menu? That's a real good question. Real good question. Because, like, your fries are really good, and I like your chicken sandwiches, and you've got the best breakfast sandwiches besides probably Sonic. And the thing is, the rest of the burger, besides the actual patty itself, is good. Yeah, you know what I do is on my lunch break, I'll just make a burger with everything except the patty. So it's basically just a veggie sandwich with pickles, tomato, lettuce, ketchup, and mayo, and it's good. And I bet you get that for free. And even though the patty's free, you're like, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't fuck with the patty. I want to know what executive at Burger King looked at, you know, those little pads you stick under table legs so it won't scratch the floor. Who saw one of those and was like, I want to eat that. It doesn't taste like anything, and it's like, it's not even a color. Burger meat's supposed to be brown. That shit is gray. I don't want to eat any shit that looks like dishwater. Honestly, if you just handed me one of y'all's burger patties, it wouldn't even occur to me to eat it. I'd just turn around and start washing dishes with it. Stop. Oh my god. Like, hold on, let me borrow this and go scrub the mold off the hull of my fucking boat. 15,000 fucking years and you can't even make a thing you named yourself after? Like, don't get me wrong, I am no chef. I'm on the road all the time. I haven't made myself a home-cooked meal in years, but I could at least make a burger that doesn't have its own fucking booger stuck to it. The goop. Yeah, I call it the goop. You're talking about the little crater things on all the patties, right? Yeah, you made ground beef that made its own snot. My lord, it's too much. And I'm gonna eat that? It's bad, I know. I'm sorry, you're probably like, who is this lady going on and on in my drive-thru? No, it's okay. Trust me, this is the highlight of my day. Okay, so lunch. Can I get the number 7 combo with the grilled chicken sandwich? But can you put pickles on it? And instead of a Coke, just water. Can do. Anything else? No, that's all for me. Want any money? Yeah, actually, that'd be good. Can I get $20 from you? Can do. Your total's $7.73. So minus the $20, I'll have $12.27 for you. Oh, you know what? I really don't want to carry all that change. I'll just have $27.73, please. Sure. So minus the total, I'll have an even $20 bill for you. Just pull around in the second window. Thank you. Okay, so here's your $20. Thanks. You sure? Oh yeah, we got a couple $100 in the drawer. We're good. And here's your sandwich and fries. Ketchup's in the bag. Hey, you're oh god, I know you. Evans. Evans, right? Lucretia Evans. 5'6", 145. Born in 1992 in Macon, Georgia. Lucretia served as the United States Speaker of the House between 5880 and 5886. She has no football stats. That's me. Damn, you're famous. I was just talking to you for like 5 minutes and I didn't even know it. Nah, I'm nobody. So you like playing right now? Technically, yeah. I still gotta eat though, you know? Sure, I guess so. Seems like this would be kind of a weird place to post up in a 500 game. Don't most of the balls fall closer to the middle of the country? They do. I don't know, I'm trying something different. Guess you kind of have to, right? You know what? I do. I really, really do. I'm sorry, that was kind of shitty. Don't be sorry. The Sports Writers Guild of America proudly presents the 17,076 500 Game Scouts Guide, featuring full reports on all 17,834 registered players, maps of all the 17,775 ball drop locations, special retrospective, who is the greatest operator in the history of the game. Lucretia Evans, the lovable loser. There's a saying in 500 circles, if you're anywhere near Lucretia Evans, you're in the wrong place. That saying is about 10,000 years old, and it's just as true in 17,076 as it was in 7,751, the year Evans first registered to play in the Denali 500 game. Since that day, 6,880,129 balls have fired out of the Denali cannon and into the lower 45 United States. Had she an average amount of luck, Evans should have caught at least 300 footballs by now. She doesn't. In fact, her luck is so staggeringly pitiful that it's attracted the attention of mathematicians and sport historians alike. Lucretia Evans has never caught a single 500 ball. If she waits for the ball in Vermont, it lands in Oklahoma. If she sets up camp in her native Georgia, it's bound to land in Washington State. If any given game, there are between 15,000 and 20,000 players, all of them have a chance. All of them, it seems, but Evans, whose absolute futility has made her a sort of celebrity. Every few hundred years, a late-night talk show host will rediscover her and make her the butt of a dozen jokes. The next week, you can count on Evans herself to sit in as a guest and join in on some self-effacing humor. Those close to her, though, say it does hurt. She wants to win, says Tracy Nichols, her coach. She laughs, but what else is she going to win but laugh? I mean, she's been out there playing longer than almost any other player, and they've all caught dozens of balls, hundreds of balls. She's absolutely pissed off. Absolutely. She's hurt. She doesn't get it. None of us do. But she's too proud to stop. She'll play 100,000 more years if that's what it takes to catch a ball. That much I'll guarantee you. God. Can I ask you something? You can ask me anything you want. Trust me, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. Okay, why do you keep trying? You haven't scored a single point in like 10,000 years, right? The short answer is that it's something to do. Well, I guess if the longer answer starts like this, if I feel really lucky that it's taking this long. Like, have you ever heard the joke, if you could get dressed up for your own funeral, how would you dress? I don't know. Very slowly. Okay. Oh, okay. No, but it is kind of like that. It is like that to me. Oh, you got a straw? Oh, sure. If this sounds scripted, it's because it is. I'm not usually this together. I've just had this conversation more times than I can count. A long, long time ago, I realized something about myself. I always have to have some kind of goal to work towards. It doesn't matter how stupid or trivial it is, there just has to be some well-defined objective with a clear delineation between success and failure. It's a fucked up thing about me. I wish it wasn't this way, to be honest with you. It'd make living forever a lot easier. Yeah, objective syndrome, I think is what it's called. I try to manage it as well as I can. I try to talk to my sister a lot. We're total opposites. You know what she does every day? She wakes up, walks around the block, gets breakfast, takes care of her garden, works out, volunteers at the law firm for a few hours, then she'll spend hours cooking dinner, like she makes consomme or something that takes forever. Then she watches a couple episodes of Law & Order, drinks a glass of wine, goes to bed. Every day is the exact same. She's done the same thing for 5,000 years straight. Wow, Law & Order's good for that though, at least. I know, there's like 400 episodes of it. Yeah, I read something about that. How there's so much of it that as long as you don't try to memorize the episode, it takes so long to watch each one that by the time you start over, you're not going to remember how each one went. Right, yeah. The trick is to watch them out of order, so you can't really place yourself in the show's timeline. Law and Out of Order! Law and Out of Order, shit, yeah. But so anyways, my sister just does the same thing every single day. It's some kind of Zen shit she's figured out or something. She's like, it keeps me level. It's all I need. But I just can't do it though. If I wake up without some big dragon to go and kill, I get scared. Like I'm getting buried alive or something. Man. And the thing is, I do that while completely knowing that this game is dumb. I could wake up tomorrow and catch a ball worth 500 points. So okay, and then what? Maybe I get in the Hall of Fame and I get on TV, and then what after that? But it's like on some level, I still have to grab onto that. I still have to have a mission, any mission, the harder the better. And that's why I count myself lucky that it's turning out to be so hard. Dude, I think I have objective syndrome. I think I do. Whatever it was called, is that what they called it? Objective syndrome? Are y'all fucking with objective syndrome? Yeah, objective syndrome. I think I got it. Like, it's very easy to do with streaming too, because you can always just be like, yeah, I want to hit this number, or like, my objective is to post a clip every day, or to figure out what I want to do, or to stream a certain amount. Like, I feel like I'm constantly, I need an objective, you know? Hi Mara, hi DJ, how are you guys doing? We're finishing up, well, I don't actually know how far we are into 17,076, but we're reading more of it, so hope y'all are doing well. Hold on. Whew. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, I gotta have something to do each day. So do you even want to catch the ball? I do and I don't. Clearly, I do and I don't. I mean, I don't want this to end. And also, if I'm not actually trying my best to get one, the entire house of cards I built for myself just kind of blows over, doesn't it? I gotta wake up every day, stake out some land, keep maintaining this, I don't know, work of fiction. I think your phone's ringing? Oh, no problem, Mage. Oh, yeah, it's my coach. Well, I can leave you alone if... I'm not worried about it. I guarantee it's about the publisher. She keeps wanting me to write a book, all she talks about. Hi, Axel, you still haven't messaged me about when you're free. Do it. Ah, so she's more like an agent, I guess. A little bit, yeah. That's really exciting. What? A book? Nah, that's really nice of you to say. Aw, you should write one, I'd read it. Nah, they're too long. It's basically asking someone to pay $15 to be on the other side of a one-sided conversation that goes on for days. You gotta be a total asshole to want to write a... Precia, pick up, goddammit, call me back! Ah, shit, okay, I'd better get this and hit the road. Listen, it was really nice to meet you. You too, when your book's out, you gonna send me a copy? Yeah, okay, in about 1 million years. I'll be here. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Alright, dial Tracy. Lacroxia's forward focus is not connected to any devices. Ah, shit. To sync via Bluetooth, enter the preferences menu on your device and, okay, select Lacrota's forward focus. Okay, girl, Jesus Christ. Ready to pair. Connected to Lacrota's phone. Dial Tracy. Dial Tracy. Lacrota's phone disconnected. Connected to Lacrota's phone. Lacrota's. Piece of shit. Phone disconnected. Lacrota's forward focus is not connected to any devices. Ready to pair. To sync via Bluetooth, enter the preferences menu on your device and select Lacrota's forward focus. Connected to Lacrota's phone. Dial Lacrota's phone disconnected. Fuck! Connected to Lacrota's phone. Dial Tracy. Dialing Tracky. Finally. Oh my god. Oh god, they didn't even fix Bluetooth in 15,000 years? Of course not. Trace, listen, if this is about the book I don't want, there's a ball incoming. Damn, I wasn't even looking at the canon schedule. You know I'm Bay Area, right? Yeah, where are you right now? I'm a little south of San Ramon. I was just about to get on the 580 exit 46. Okay. Oh god. Precia, you're like right on it. It's gonna land close. Alright, what's my success probability? I'm gonna need at least 5% to go after chasing after it. I literally just stopped to get some lunch. 99.98%. No. Lucretia, this is it. Oh my god, she might get it. Oh my god, give me a route. You said you're on the 580, take that. About to be. Okay, take 580 east, you don't need to speed. Don't speed. Okay, tell me what you're looking at. The ball should be making impact with the ground in about 3 minutes. It's hitting Livermore, can just about guarantee that. The player nearest to you is in San Jose. Oh god, you got daylight. He's like an hour away at the minimum. This one is all yours. Okay, now listen, there's a real good chance it's gonna hit a building. This model of football's about 200 pounds, so if it does, I'm almost sure to crash. It's almost sure to crash straight through the roof. This could land in someone's living room, and if it does, you know, that's private property. You're gonna have to ask nice if you want that ball. How many friends do you have in Livermore? Let me check. Don't look at your screen while you're driving. That's what I'm here for. All right. So you've got about 18,000 friends in Livermore. Is that right? Yeah, but I haven't talked to a lot of them in a long time, like 1,000 years. Should be fine. You're a celebrity, you know? You should be okay. Plus, city drops are rare. I bet a lot of them will just be happy to be a part of it. Ah, shit. What? Oh shit, I've got cops on me. Were you speeding? I don't know, I don't think so. I'm checking it out, hold tight. What the fuck? Trace, there's like 12 cop cars. I can't get over, they won't let me. Oh shit, it's a motorcade. Oh, that's just my luck. Of course a president or some shit like that is here. If I get stuck in this shit and it costs me the ball, I'm gonna... No, Grisha, they're here for you. This is your motorcade. They called it for you. I'm crying about Lucretia getting this ball. Me. Girl, you are all over the news. They're like, you're breaking news. I'm going through the channels now. You're on NBC. Looks like they're showing some interview you did. Oh, this is some old footage of you though. Jesus, you're wearing a pantsuit. This is from at least like 12,000. What the fuck are you doing wearing a pantsuit? Lucretia? Lucretia. It's ending. This is ending. It's over. Well, not yet it ain't. Looks like they just upped your success probability to 99.9%. But that ain't 100. We do need to talk strategy as long as we have a couple minutes though. I think in the future we need to stake out peninsulas like this because I mean, look, this is low value real estate. Nobody else wanted to be here because it's at the edge of the target area, surrounded by water. So yeah, it's garbage land, but you got it almost all to yourself. There's like 17,000 people in this game, and right now you're one of only 3 in the entire peninsula. 3. The more I think about it, the more I think this is just the start. This is just the start. We've got a strategy now. We know what we're going to do. We know what we're doing now. I'm telling you. I know this ball's only 188 points, but I'm telling you, you need to start thinking about what you're going to do when you're sitting up there in Alaska shooting that cannon. What you want to do, what kind of game you want to create. And plus, before that, we've got to figure out a press tour. If you even want to do one, it's up to you. But I mean, shit, you're basically on every channel right now. Please be quiet. How are you doing? I'm like shaking. My hands are shaking. I can't believe I have real stream streaks. I can't believe she's gonna catch the ball. Just drive steady. Drive steady, you're fine. This is what you've worked for 10,000 years for. This moment you're in right now. Enjoy it. Just enjoy it. I'm trying to. Shit. Okay. It hit. It's on the ground. Give me a route. It now. Getting you a route. 1 second. Where are you on 580? About to pass exit 54. Get off. Now. Okay. Hang a right. You want to find East and Loyola. Got it? You got it? Yeah. You're like 2 minutes away. God, look at these crowds. I'm seeing it. One of the local stations has a chopper. I'm looking at you now. Oh, hey, I got good news. The ball hit a fire station. That's a public building. No rights to negotiate. Nothing. You should be able to just walk in there and drag it away. Just, this is silly. I don't deserve this. Huh? It's got some kind of landmark designation? I mean, it's a fire station. I don't know why it has that. My maps are probably fucked up or something. Anyway, all these people are out here for little old me. Shit. Looks like it hit the roof on the southeast corner of the building, crashed right through the roof. That took most of the wind out of it. It might be dug just a little bit into the concrete, but it won't be buried. Shouldn't have trouble getting to it. Just pull right up to the garage. Oh my god, Lucretia. This is really happening. This is really happening for us. No other players within 20 miles of you. You got it. You got it. Okay. Okay, I think I'm allowing myself to be happy. There you go. There you go. God, I'm crying a little bit. I think I'm still in shock too much for that. I'm just happy I could drive straight. Okay, I'm about here. What the hell? What? I just turned the corner. People are like running out of the fire station. Some of them are yelling. They're pissed off about something? They're mad? Seems like it. It's broken! It's broken! It's gone! It went right through the roof. Just went right through it. Oh my god, oh my fucking god. Tracy, what are they talking about? That should have been impossible. It was protected. I thought they made it protected. I'm looking. Can they save it? Keep all the pieces together? Maybe they can save it. There's nothing to save. Look for yourself. It's just gone. There's nothing left. Oh no. 1901 light bulb still burning. A light bulb put into service in 1901 at the Livermore Fire Department is still burning after having been rarely turned off. By today's standards, it should have burned out by 852 times. The hand-blown bulb has a thick carbon filament. In 1879, Thomas Alva Edison invented the electric light bulb. 22 years later, in 1901, they hung one of those newfangled gadgets in the Livermore, California Fire Department and turned it on. It's still there. It's still on. Is it still on? Do you think it's still on today? Hold on, I have to Google this. I'm crying about a light bulb. Everyone shut up. Light bulb Livermore. Okay, hold on. This is incredible. Look, they got a book about the bulb. You can buy replicas. You can go look at it every day. This is incredible. It's still burning. Wow. After being off for over 10 hours on the morning of 2013, retired Assistant Chief Tom Brummel called the station captain and bypassed the UPS generator, and it worked. Our most requested photos. Look at that bulb. Look at that little bulb go. I'm proud of it. Wow. I think it hit, what, 120 years? And I guess, wow. That's crazy. Let's see. By today's standards, it should have burned out 852 times by now, but clearly we are not dealing with today's standards. We are dealing with somebody who made light bulbs to last. The bulb, hand-blown, has a thick carbon filament. Hand-blown with a thick carbon filament, was made apparently by the Shelby Electric Company, which did not become one of the giants of the nation for an obvious reason. They made light bulbs to last, and nobody ever reordered. One burns on a memorial to Shelby Electric. But the Shelby bulb still shines as a 4-watt attraction, luring tourists from as far away as Japan, Australia, South Africa, and Belgium. Since spring, a webcam mounted next to the bulb offers visitors to centennialbulb.org/cam.htm 24/7 exposure to the Livermore light bulb. Wait. Oh. You can just watch it. You can watch a live stream. Of the light bulb. This is a live stream of the light bulb. What the fuck? That's so incredible. That makes me really happy for some reason. We get 700 or 800 hits in a week. People log on and watch the light bulb for several minutes as if it's going to do something, the deputy chief adds. One critic sent an email grousing, "It's a light bulb. Get a life." Geesh, you're sitting there surfing the web for a light bulb and you tell us to get a life? Brummel notes. That's crazy. That's amazing. Would you guys watch a light bulb? I mean, you guys watch me. We are here in remembrance of the Livermore light bulb. It was manufactured in the late 1890s in Shelby, Ohio, and installed in Livermore, California in 1901. In 1976, it was briefly switched off when it was relocated to a fire station on East Avenue. In 2013, a mishap again cut its power supply, but it successfully switched back on and remained on until being crushed by a 500 football on July 3rd of 17,776. It was 15,875 years old. The Livermore bulb probably did not have a soul. It was largely glass and filament through which electricity ran. It did not know us, and it did not know its own royalty. It was the oldest functioning electric being in the known universe. It was our dearest ancestor. Year over year, century over century, it continued to astonish us. It was, after all, a light bulb that stayed on for more than 15,000 years without burning out or breaking. It was a miracle, and yet it did not occur to us that it could die. Perhaps in a more fearsome age, an age of illness and warfare and cosmic debris, we would not have room in our hearts to care for such a little bulb. We are living in an age without loss. This is a sorrow we have forgotten how to experience. The bulb lived to us, and life deserves to be immortal. It will live on in our memories, where it will perhaps find more happiness than it ever did hanging from a ceiling. We love you, and we will miss you. You've watched that light bulb, Ty? That's so funny. Can I get some 07s in the chat for the bulb? Oh, that's the wrong 07. I don't even know how to type. That was beautiful. What do we do now? I think we should visit an old friend. I think that would be good for us. Eddie? Oh. Yep. Wait, he's still in there? Don't tell me he's still in there. Yep. Wait, who's Eddie? I forgot Eddie. Who's Eddie? I recall when I was small how I spent my days alone. Bum bum bum. The busy world was not for me, so I went and found my own. Double dribble. I would climb the garden wall with a candle in my hand. I'd hit the side of a rock. I'd hide inside a hall of rock and sand. Shit. Aw, come on. Before the fall, when they wrote it on the wall, when there wasn't even any Hollywood, they heard the call and they wrote it on the wall. For you and me, we understood. Hello? Ugh. Hello? Hey, is someone in there? I heard you singing. I heard you. You're behind those rocks. Hey, listen, I'm not here to bother you. Are you trapped in there or something? I said, are you trapped in there? Are you okay? Okay, well, I'm gonna go get help. Just sit tight and I'll be right back. Wait. Yeah? Don't tell anyone I'm here. Please don't tell anyone I'm here. Why not? This really isn't any of your business. Just, I'm not in any trouble. I'm here because I want to be. Please just move along and don't tell anyone you saw me here. Well, don't worry about that because I can't see you. Because you won't come out. That's the idea. Well, listen, I'm part of a project called No Rock Unturned. Do you know what that is? No. Well, No Rock Unturned is a project made up of people like me who walk all across America and learn about its land and the folks who live in it. Our goal is to eventually count everyone in America as a friend. I was assigned to the 38, 13, 18 line of latitude. So imagine a line that's just 100 feet wide and about 2,500 miles long, stretching from coast to coast. You've got the idea. That's my line. I'm hiking all the way through this line, and it's my job to take in all the wonders I see and try to make friends with everyone I see. And while I'm at it, oh yeah, I've seen y'all go through here. I've seen people walk through these woods here with the same t-shirt on. Well, you might have it mistaken for someone else. There's only a few hundred of us, so we only usually pass through an area every 800 years or so. I know that. Well, you couldn't have seen. Yeah, yes, I could have. I've been here for 9,313 years. 9,000 years? 9,313 years. Oh God in heaven. You're Eddie Krieger. Where is Ed Krieger? Oh. You have to promise me you won't tell anyone you saw me. Promise me. Well, I mean, if you do, you will be fucking me over more than you can imagine. For whatever that's worth, for the love of God, tell nobody. Okay? Not even your people. Not even the No Rock Unturned. Not even them. Okay, you know what? I promise. I won't. But if I could ask something in return? What? See, what I do in order to get to know people better, I have these questions I ask everyone I meet. It's on this piece of paper here. Could I at least ask you the first 10? What the fuck for? It's just that I really care a lot about what I do. It means a lot to me to get to know everyone I come across if I can, and I'll tell you what, I've been doing this for a really long time, and I've never run into anyone who was sitting in a cave and wouldn't come out. It'd about kill me if I couldn't at least talk to you. Okay, let's read this. Let's face it, sharing the good news with people can be intimidating sometimes. Just remember that it's all in his hands. You're not in control. He is. You're simply a servant dedicated to spreading his word. Philippians 4:8 tells us, finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. So don't be afraid to enjoy yourself. The world is full of interesting people who are up to all sorts of interesting things. If you're stuck, here's some sample questions you can use to get to know someone. Do you think we're in the Matrix? I think that's a great place for me to run off to my break so I can go grab some food real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry that took me so long. Hi, Kieran. Hi, Mudkeep. How are you guys doing? I don't know if I told you guys this, but I made myself a salad with fake chicken earlier this week, and I've been eating it. I hope you're okay, Mudkeep. Please drink some water, dude. Anyway, the salad's fucking delicious. It's got cucumbers, red onion, seedless sweet peppers, that fake chicken, romaine, spring mix. Oh, nice. You youngins. I legitimately haven't had alcohol in so long because, like, if I drink it these days, or, I'm such an old lady at 30. I'm not drinking, no. Oh! Rogue! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs! Thank you, thank you! I very much appreciate that. Just goat behavior on a Saturday. You're such a sweetheart. Thank you. I'm just a little goober eating my salad right now. Thank you. Whoa! I just took a bite. My brother in Christ. Oh, Yura got one. Wait a second. I think I just figured out why you like gifting subs. It's because it's kind of like gambling, right? Since Twitch just hands them out to anybody. No? Oh. Well, you know, I gave it a guess. Not your identity? What do you mean? Let's go gambling. I guess I should turn on some music for you guys. I didn't have my headphones on. Haha, gambling goober. Gamble? Gamble! Ooh. I have kind of been wanting to play some Clover Pit. Okay, salad is not a good food to eat on stream. It takes so long to eat. Hi, Seb. Welcome on in. That's what I meant by it being a gamble. Is that you never know who it's gonna give them to. I am crunching my salad. Sounded like you were purring? You probably need to get that checked out, dude. I don't know, y'all ever woke up and sounded like, or like, slept and sounded like you were purring? But also, Rogue, truly thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Very huge, huge Chad energy. Big dick energy. Cool guy behavior. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Cool guy behavior. Oh, you were like almost snoring. Okay. I was like, that sounds like something that somebody would tell you, and then like 2 months later, they'd be like, actually, I got diagnosed with sleep apnea. You're a stream watcher for real, for real? You're a streamer harasser for real, for real? Honestly, yeah. No longer is it big dick energy. It's cool guy behavior. A gender neutral term, in my opinion. At the early time of 11 p.m.? Wow. Thank you to the anonymous gifter who gave a gift sub to Made Shady. Very appreciated. Dude, this an anonymous gifter sometimes goes so hard with gift subs. I don't know who this guy is, but sorry, that bit's probably been done 70 million times. I still find it funny. No, hold on. That's not right. Okay, that's too much. We gotta chill out there, dude. That music was too intense. Holy shit! Dude, anonymous gifter pogging out so hard right now. This is crazy. Hempy got one? GT Alex got one? That's crazy. Listen. I mean, I think somebody gifted one to Germa one time, which was the funniest thing they could have done. Normally I'm like, don't bug other Twitch streamers, but like it's Jarma, you know? There we go. Those aren't supposed to go off one by one, I apologize. Thank you so much to Anonymous for another 10 gift subs. But you know what's crazy to me? If anyone knows the black magic behind Twitch hype trains, I would love to know. Rogue, you sweetheart. Thank you. Very kind of you. But yeah, if anybody knows the black magic for hype trains. Oh, is that the hype? That's the magic? It's not when someone gifts 32 gift subs? Gotta keep up with this anonymous fellow. Oh, there it is! It did start when Lightcore cheered the 10 bits. Oh, listen. This is so funny to me. We're already at a level 4 hype train? That's crazy. 5 gift subs from anonymous gifter? What the fuck? I'm just in front of my salad? In front of my salad? Rogue, it's been you the whole time. I ripped the mask off and it's Rogue underneath. He's competing with himself. He's competing with himself. That's so funny to me. Green goblining. We come full circle. Thank you so fucking much for the 25 gift subs though, dude. I keep going straight into the bit and keep forgetting to thank you. I apologize. Wow. Thank you, Litecore. I mean, you guys are so sweet. Thanks for the bits. Oh, I can turn this back on, I think. I don't know. No, it's still going. Wow, thank you guys. In front of my salad? Edu, you are never obligated to. Coming to my streams, supporting me in non-monetary ways as well is so helpful. It's a sad reality of Twitch, but the higher that viewer count number is, the more likely I am to get sponsored, and that really helps me as a full-time content creator. Monetary ways is very fun, and it helps me directly as well to pay for my daily life, as well as pay for things for this stream. But also sharing my stuff, telling your friends, telling random people on the internet in a very kind way. Commenting on my things right when they get posted also helps quite a lot. Welcome on in. Bloody. You've been watching my videos on YouTube? Really? Listen, I feel like I upload to a void. I'm near tears that you've said that. Oh. And you got the sub from the anonymous gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. You guys are making my night. Oh, thank you, thank you. Y'all are so sweet. Somebody says they like watching me on that makes me. And you guys are just Rogue's throwing money at me. It's hit me in the face. It's just like what? It's crazy. Thank you, thank you. I didn't even get through my salad because of you goobers. Yeah, you guys, I love the whiplash. It keeps me on my toes. And somebody just subscribed to my YouTube channel. How nice is that? People like me. Fuck. I'm standing in front of the mirror going, people like you, May. People like you. Thank you. What is it that Windmill said? Get loved and appreciated, Stinky. Yeah, it's Gwen. Gwen. I knew it was one of yous. Get loved and appreciated, Stinky. Hold on, I'm gonna eat a little bit of my salad and... Well, it was one of yous. Disgusting. Oh, I just spit some of my salad. That's one of those, like, irresistible tism stims. Is that when somebody mentions that video, I'm like, disgusting. Well, it was one of yous. Oh, my word. Hold on. That's a good bit. I just changed the stream title to Grown Woman Weeps into Her Salad Out of Joy because that was so good, Gwen. I'd like you to know that I loved that. Level 8 hype train's crazy. Holy fuck. I promise I'm almost done with this. Okay, I lied. I'm only about halfway done with the salad. I'm really sorry. I'm trying so hard. Of course, thank you, Bloody Machete. Happy Tears is pretty low calorie as far as dressings go. Although after my spin class today, I actually had to make sure I ate enough. Phoenix! Thank you! You don't have to do that. Finger slipped. Aww. You sweetheart. Pope Pope. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's get a choo-choo. I dropped my sandwich on the sub button. Make sure you guys collect your emotes. Thank you guys for a level 8 hype train. Holy shit. Did you know that my record used to be level 6? When I stopped streaming a while ago? Oops, accidentally gifted subs. Oh no! Ruh-roh. I think level 10 was our record for that one day they made me cry, but 8's crazy. 8's so stupid. Thank you guys. I don't know if I deserve that, but I do very much appreciate it. Listen, Rogue. I joke a lot about gambling, but I don't actually know that much about it. I only know Parlay because of Uncut Gems. Which I don't know if y'all know this, but I've seen Uncut Gems 3 times. And I saw it 3 times within the span of like 4 months. Oh, Parlay. To talk to your leader, yeah. No, I know it specifically from... I know they're two different things. Hold on, I gotta go to Jupiter to get more stupider. You went to Vegas one time and won massive, but never again? I've never gambled with real money in my life. That's not true. I bought lottery tickets before, but I've never done like non-lottery gambling. I never gambled in games of somewhat skill. What? I was gonna type in parlay meaning. Oh, okay. So Rogue, you typed in the PARLEY, which is the to parlay. 50 to 10K? That's really crazy, dude. A series of 2 or more bets so set up in advance that the original stake plus its winnings are risked on the successive wagers. Oh, right. Okay, I do remember that now. Yeah. I have an idea of how that works. Because in Uncut Gems, he makes a bunch of calls. He has like a 7-way parlay or something. Where if the previous conditions are met, then the next thing gets hit up. Okay. Taylor Swift will kiss Travis Kelce at the Super Bowl and the Gatorade flavor will be lime. Oh, and you compiled it. Got it. Oh. Okay. Oh. Have you... Then you might like, hold on. There is... Oh god, which one is this in? I believe it's in the Seattle Mariners video. I want to show you something. I gotta find a specific spot in a 6-hour-long video. Just give me like 2 seconds. It's worth it, I promise. Was it after the Ken Griffey Jr. era? I think it was after we got introduced to most of the players, actually. Play. There's a a Seattle Mariner game in which one of the announcers calls like 6 plays in a row. Wait, is this it? No, this is Ken Griffey Jr. just hitting things out of the park. Jay Buhner blurping. Nintendo somehow getting involved. The kicking of the hat. Was it after Randy Johnson? I'm sorry, you can... Oh, I'm sure that they can get so crazy. I wonder if someone in the comments said something about it. Oh yeah, was it before or after Ichiro? Oh golly, I wish I could remember. Cause like I remember a lot more about the Seattle Mariners, not the Seattle Mariners, the Minnesota Vikings. On the Minnesota Vikings. Than I do about the Seattle Mariners series, even though I watched it pretty recently. Okay, we got A-Rod. Them talking about how good A-Rod is. Sorry, I'm so focused in on this now. What if it's not even, what if I'm not able to find it? Oh no. Dude, everybody hated A-Rod. Ichiro! Here, I guess I can let you guys see as I'm scrubbing through this video. No reason not to. What was it? Was it... Who was he calling it for? Oh! 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 I found it! I freaking found it! I knew it was in this video.
Wanted to play alongside Junior and A-Rod to bust his Barry Bonds or
piled up that each
No, I went somehow I went further back.
From then until now, Ichiro has more singles up the middle.
No, we had it. We had it. No, we had it. Where was it? How did it go away? How did I lose it? I had it. There might be insider information present? But that would sully the blessed game of baseball. How did this even... I think I was way past this. Yeah, I was way past this. Aha. Here it is. It's at the 238 mark. Don't let them take this from us.
Who's yours? I think clear.
Player September. Don't believe me? To Mike Legacy Club, 5 different stints. Mike Blowers was a local college baseball star and spent 3 different stints playing for the Mariners in the 90s before landing a broadcasting gig with the club following his playing days. And it's perhaps in that latter role where his true legacy lies, because that platform allowed the whole world to realize just who Mike Blowers really is, a spiritual medium. Don't believe me? Well, allow me to introduce you to their ball game in Toronto on September 27th, 2009.
One of my favorite baseball moments
Blowers'
in history.
pregame prediction for player of the game.
Yeah, him be
Final game of the
congrats.
series. Who's yours? I think clearly it's going to be Tuiasa Sopo today. He swung the bat well the last few times that he's got an opportunity to play. I expect him to hit his first big league home run today.
Second baseman like Tuiasa Sopo accounted for 189,487 of MLB's at-bats in the Yachts. 4,222 of
Imagine
which resulted in
parlaying
home
on this,
runs.
dude.
That's about 2.23% of them, meaning a roughly 1 in 45 shot of correctly pinpointing a particular at-bat in which a second baseman will homer.
Second at bat.
As Blowers did in specifically identifying Tuiasa Sopo's second at-bat of the game.
He's going to get a fastball from Talent.
Talent was a relief pitcher throughout most of his 10-year career, but he was a starter in '09. It was by far his busiest season, notching over twice as many innings as any other, and thus reaching a 3-1 count on 70 different occasions, of which he threw a fastball 80% of the time.
And he's going to hit it out of left center field. Probably, maybe in the second.
He
half.
just
Of
keeps
the
predicting.
30,260 homers hit by right-handed batters in the 2000s, 17,296 of them were pulled toward left, which amounts to about 57.2%.
On a 3-1 count. On a 3-1
On a
count.
3-1
About
count!
2.61% of the decade's 1.66 million at-bats ended on a 3-1 count, or roughly 1 in 38.
And that's inside ball 3. 3 balls. I've never been so excited on the 3-1 count in my life.
That's the absolutely incredulous Dave Niehaus on the call.
3-1 pitch on the way. Swung on and belted.
A fastball to center field. His first home run.
I don't believe it. I see the light. I believe you, Mike.
At the time, he was in season number 33 calling Mariner games. He had seen it all, or so he thought. Babe Ruth in the 1932 World Series gets the most love for a called home run shot, despite being, Babe Ruth. Blowers confidently called his shot for a 23-year-old fringe big leaguer batting 8th in the lineup who'd yet to ever hit even a single homer, while also including every detail imaginable. And he nailed it all. If there has ever been a more eerie sports prophecy, I have not seen it, because it does not exist.
The same season,
It is one of my absolute favorite moments in baseball. I don't have a lot, but I think about that all the time. What was it? 1 in 3,703. Oh, I bet on a 4-leg parlay with Amar Chase last Thursday. Is that you're gonna have to clue me into what sport that is? Is that also baseball? 22% win rate. Ooh. Time travel confirmed. Honestly, that's what it feels like. Oh, football. No wonder that name sounded familiar. Hold on. I want to look him up on my phone. Oh, he's a wide receiver. Dude, these guys are babies sometimes. Oh, he went to LSU. Nice. Go Tigers. As an MSU fan, there's actually someone approaching my location to kill me after saying that. He was due? We said go Tigers. You spelled it wrong. You spelled it wrong? Get out, Rogue. You spelled it wrong? Go Tigers! Go Tigers! Go Tigers! There we go. Do you know how many baseball predictions are made in general? Because often these unusual odds are unlikely in isolation, but if enough specific predictions are made, one of them will probably come true. Tigers. don't keep pointing that out. I don't know. It said that he had been casting for them for like 33 years or something, so I assume he's made quite a lot of predictions, but I don't think that baseball announcers make specific predictions like that one, given that the secret base guys, the ones who made the video, are very into statistics. They probably would have taken into account somewhat whether or not predictions like that were made very often by that predictor. Stats is my kink. I kind of get it. I get it. You would love Secret Base if you don't watch them. Truly, they're so good. No, I think you're asking good questions, Ash. Like whether or not, like, yeah, one would assume that, you know, if that's happening, I think, honestly, I wonder if AKA Scarlet would know anything about it. What was that guy's name? Mike Blowers? Hold on. If I open a new tab or new window, does that, it doesn't. Scarlet's streaming right now? Ah, she's not. Dang nabbit. I gotta ask her if she's seen the Mike Blowers clip. It's like the birthday paradox? What's the birthday paradox? Hold on, I'm looking it up. Probabilities are drastically changed after one variable is known true. Well, he didn't know any of those, so birthday problem. Ask for the probability that in a set of randomly chosen people, at least 2 will share the same birthday. The birthday paradox is the counterintuitive fact that only 23 people are needed for that probability to exceed 50%. The birthday paradox is a Veridicil paradox, is a logically self-contradictory statement or a statement that runs contrary to one's expectations. Oh, but what is this type? A paradisal paradox produces a result that appears counter to intuition but is demonstrated to be true nonetheless. Condorcet's paradox demonstrates the surprising result that majority rule can be self-contradictory. It is possible for a majority of voters to support some outcome other than the one chosen, regardless of the outcome. The Monty Hall paradox, or equivalently 3 prisoners problem, demonstrates that a decision that has an intuitive 50-50 chance can instead have a provably different probable outcome. The birthday paradox, yeah. Hilbert's paradox of the Grand Hotel? Okay, hold on. How do we know he didn't or did know? I guess, well, how would he have known yeah, but how would he have known? Is my question. Though all of those things are things that could not truly have been predicted. New theory, rogue theory, bet on anything of close to 20%? Not like 20% or higher? It's just close to 20%? That's crazy. What is Hilbert's paradox of the Grand Hotel? Colloquially, the infinite hotel paradox, or Hilbert's hotel, is a thought experiment which illustrates a counterintuitive property of infinite sets. It shows that a fully occupied hotel with infinitely many rooms may still accommodate additional guests, even infinitely many of them, and this process may be repeated infinitely often. The idea was introduced by David Hilbert. I've heard of this paradox. This is one of the paradoxes that they mention in philosophy class at some point, one of your philosophy classes, and they go, yeah, it's like that hotel paradox, you know? Just go for the moon, sub 1 in 10,000, like a bell curve. Okay. That has to do with countable infinity against conceptual infinity. Everyone is coming out in my chat to show they're so smart. I love this. Set theory. I don't think I didn't really study set theory that much. I studied philosophy, so paradoxes or thought experiments like this were often mentioned kind of in passing, and I spent a lot of time on was it Rousseau's umbrella thought experiment? This is because infinity is more of an idea than a number. Yeah. You guys know way more about math than I do. I never learned any of the math stuff, although there was a part of me that was like, if I could have just gotten to the part of math where math stops being math, I think I would have liked it quite a lot. When math starts being more like philosophy. I enjoyed logic to a certain extent, but it wasn't necessarily my strong suit. But I did a theoretical physics degree, which is basically all maths. Oh. Wow, Ash, wow. 20% is a ratio which is used often, horse racing, blackjack, etc. 20% is just believable enough to be a sleeper pick for sample sizes and successful experiments. Oh, interesting. Okay, I think I'm picking that up. Also, Ash, that's crazy. I had a friend who double majored in physics and philosophy, but did not pass his final exam for physics because I truly believe it was the issue with the final exam and not him. He was a very hard worker, extraordinarily smart. And they don't pass very many people in that physics department, which I just think is an issue with the teaching, not with the people who are taking physics courses. I just study random shit that I want to understand. I rabbit holed into infinity, literally. So true. I actually would like to understand this. Hilbert imagines a hypothetical hotel with rooms numbered 1, 2, 3, and so on with no upper limit. This is called a countably infinite number of rooms. Initially, every room is occupied, and yet new visitors arrive, each expecting their own room. A normal, finite hotel could not accommodate new guests once every room is full. However, it can be shown that the existing guests and newcomers, even an infinite number of them, can each have their own room in the infinite hotel. By moving each guest to a room number, which is twice that of their previous room, an infinite number of guests can be accommodated. Okay, that actually makes sense. Alright. What? You've been at this for a while, Rogue! Hey, I spent most of my college years stoned, so you know what? You win some, you lose some. Oh, sorry, we don't do links in the chat, but you can always post them in Mom Look at This in the Discord if you're not in our Discord. Oh, you're fine. It doesn't even pop up. N equals infinity. Ah. To infinity? Is it to infinity and beyond? I got so excited about that for some reason. Because it said to in infinity, to infinity. That doesn't seem... Basically explaining how infinity plus infinity equals infinity. Do you guys know... Maybe this is wrong of me to say, but there are times at which when smart people are doing math, it sounds like they're actually doing dumb shit. Saying something like infinity plus infinity equals infinity sounds like dumb. Mom, look at this. Countable in infinities specifically, but it probably also applies for uncountable ones as well. You suck at all other math. I mean, like, that's the tism, though, ain't it? Mathematics does eventually get very stupid. I do read is it XKCD? We use, in the, what is the, let me see if this is my favorite one. People have redone this for, like, every sort of thing. Silicate chemistry is second nature to us geochemists, so it's easy to forget that the average person probably only knows the formulas for olivine, and 1 or 2 feldspars. And quartz, of course. Of course. Like... Bye, Keto. Thanks for stopping in. Ask me to guess the volume of a cylinder? No, thank you. Of quartz. That was a good one. Even when they're trying to compensate for it, experts in anything wildly overestimate the average person's familiarity with their field. Yeah. Like there being infinite infinities nested between any 2 numbers. I don't even... There are parts of math where I'm like, I can't think about it, dude. It's gonna break my brain. Let me see if I can find the... I have the number 1 programmer's excuse for a legitimate slacking off XKCD framed on my wall. Is that the compiling one? The compiling one? Oh my gosh. But when they find someone who had that unexpected knowledge, they geek out for hours for sure. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can find the... I can't. I don't know where the, There's one, but for tabletop community, like the tabletop communities. There we go. I found it. I found it. I freaking found it. Okay, hold on. So, TTRPG theory is second nature to us game devs, so it's easy to forget that the average person probably only knows fictional positioning and 1 or 2 stances. And bleed, of course. Of course. None of you will get that, but it's very funny to me. And bleed, of course. Hi, local bimbo. Wait a second. I know you from someone's chat, don't I? Maybe, maybe not. Statistics is the devil's math on God. Bro. Listen, I think it's really funny. Oh, so did you put the hotel in the mom? Look at this. Oh, is this like a video about it? It's 6 minutes long. I'll have to watch it later. I got the wrong thing pulled up. Yoink. Yoink. I don't know how we even got on here. How'd we get here? Oh, the birthday paradox. Did you know that 2 of my very good friends... Thank you, Rogue. Holy shit. Thank you very much for the 2 gifted subs to our new friend, the local bimbo, and Vampire Chick 155, who I bet is really cool. Thank you. We did hit our goal. I guess I gotta make another one. What exactly are we currently looking at? Statistics? Okay, this is riveting stream content. Yeah, we started with gambling. I think this is riveting. I love learning. So true, local bimbo. You know, they say if you build it, they will come. And I hope that I build a home of 4 nerds. But come get your nerdy little selves in here. I mean, this, I guess I should just send that to Scarlett. Educational stream, we can all gamble together. Mae learns how to gamble and then gets kicked off of Twitch and has to move to Kick. Collecting nerds like their trading cards. Listen, local, that's all you gotta do. That's what I do a lot of times. I just nod and go, uh-huh. Although, like, I do find paradoxes to be very interesting. I watched Northern Lion play a fallacy game. I thought I'd be okay at it. I don't think I'd be amazing at it, but... You're a holographic card? Ooh, wait a minute, Mr. Postman. You're not allowed at the Atlantis in Reno, Nevada? I feel like that's like a player tag. Like a freaking... No, Nevada. Yeah, like a little title you'd get in an MMO. So it would say like Rogue Charisma above your head, and then it would say not allowed at the Atlantis in Reno, Nevada. Is that not how you're supposed to say it? Is it Nevada? I've never understood people saying Nevada, but that seems the same. Nevada. Oh. Three types of unsolved physics problems. Oh, Ash, this one's for you. What is the nature of time in quantum gravity? Is it a background parameter, a dynamic aspect of space-time, or an emergent phenomenon? This is considered vague. Then we have precise. Why does the SAGE gallium neutrino capture experiment produce only 75% as much germanium as predicted? First, why does some metal randomly grow hairs? It keeps causing short circuits and we have no idea what's going on. Is this a joke? No, please help. What? You love quantum gravity? That's great. Nungle Vungus? Okay, that works. Nevada. I think that's wrong. Once you beat a man with an eye patch at a poker table, you've peaked? That seems like a very true statement. More or less on what is the nature of time and quantum gravity. Is it a background parameter, a dynamic aspect of space-time, or an emergent phenomenon? I almost did my undergrad thesis on the fact that I believe that Daniel Dennett and what's his name, David Chalmers, are both saying the same thing but in a different font. That one's for all my consciousness studies kids out there. Panpsychism and materialism are basically the same thing. Oh, I didn't end up writing it on that. I didn't have a strong enough argument, but I did feel it in my heart, and that I feel like that's what mattered. In reality, I probably should have just done it on Rousseau or something. Some type of political philosophy. But I wrote a paper on loop quantum cosmology and whether that explains why the universe looks pretty close to flat. The universe is flat? Wait. Google, is the universe flat? Shape of the universe. Okay, I found it. In physical cosmology, the shape of the universe refers both to both its local and global geometry. Local geometry is defined primarily by its curvature, while the global geometry is characterized by its topology, which itself is constrained by curvature. General relativity explains how spatial curvature, local geometry, is constrained by gravity. The global topology of the universe cannot be deduced from measurements of relativistic models alone due to the existence of locally indistinguishable spaces with varying global topological characteristics. For example, a multiply connected space like a 3 torus has everywhere 0 curvature but is finite in extent, whereas a flat, simply connected space is infinite in extent, such as Euclidean space. Well, fuck me sideways. I can't believe I didn't know that. It's close to 3-dimensionally flat on a large scale. What I'm saying is the universe is Beyblades, and then the X-Files theme starts playing. I can't remember the X-Files theme. Currently in my 3rd year with mechanical engineering and physics. Math is so awesome and annoying. Oh, big props to you. Dissertation was on the success rate of gambling based on inebriation. I'd actually love to read that study. This makes me think of the... You guys have seen the this one.
That can stretch and bend and...
Let me try again.
That's no good either. You're pinching it infinitely tight.
But then there's no way. It's impossible. You'd have to crease or pinch it to turn it inside out.
It is surprising, but watch this.
I think about this video sometimes.
Is this a sphere turning inside out?
You bet. That wasn't easy to follow, was it? To figure out what's going on, let's look at something simpler. A circle. We'll build a vertical wall along the circle so that we can color the two sides differently.
Anyway, this whole video is
Can you
just an
gradually
explanation
turn
of how
these
they did
pictures
that,
of
but
the
it looks
same-
absolutely crazy.
Later by Bernard Morin on the circle, without any rotation.
Who is Hug Bees?
Hey, I read somewhere that mathematicians can turn a sphere inside out.
Yes, that's true.
Oh,
What's the big deal? Just poke a hole in it and pull it through.
Sure, but the point is,
he did a parody of this video. Oh, I'll have to watch it later. I'll add it to my liked videos. A plane is the same as a bicycle? Okay, actually, there have been multiple chats put into my chat that I need to ask follow-up questions about. Hi, Donwall. Welcome on in. So let's start with topology is weird because a coffee mug is the same as a donut? Could I get some help on that one? And then a plane is a bicycle? Were those the same chat? I also don't believe that a plane is a bicycle, but chatter's got me down myself, dude. I'm sitting over here thinking maybe a plane is a bicycle. In topology, there are no distances or angles, so things are classified by the number of holes they have. So, does that mean that I am topographically no different than anyone else, provided we have the same number of holes? This would be a crazy time for me to drop a fun fact about my anatomy, but I won't. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm not the sharpest tool in this shed, but I think a plane flies and a bike doesn't, you know? Planes have holes? Yeah, I guess. But how many? This feels like the whole doors and wheels debate, dude. This feels like the whole Big Bang canonically Beyblade. Sorry, I just saw that tie, but that's so true. Topologically speaking, I think everyone has the same number of holes, regardless of the fact that anatomically we have different numbers. Really? Now I now have a lot of questions about topology. Oh, topologically, a hole has to go the entire way through, so only your digestive tract really counts. Oh, yeah, just ask Sully. I'm sorry. That was... Am I allowed to make a Sully joke? Oh. Too soon! When did the Sully incident even happen? I don't even remember. It's the only reason I was able to make that reference is because I saw one of Northern Lions' clips today where he had like drawn, it was a part of one of those like Gardic phone things where they draw something. So we're all donuts to a topologist. I don't know if I want to meet a topologist. I never saw the movie. I don't know if it was any good. Zeno's Advent Calendar. Oh, yeah, because of Zeno's Paradox. December 23rd, December 24th, 12 a.m., December 24th noon, December 24th at 6 p.m. This is funny. I think you'd get up to about 11:59:57 before you'd have trouble swallowing the chocolates fast enough. At that point, you need some kind of a liquefying chug apparatus to get over the 11:59 barrier. Anyway, Merry Christmas. Everybody here knows Zeno's Zeno's Paradox, right? I was gonna make a joke like that, Bimbo, but it didn't come out fast enough in the right way, I guess. Geology murder. We found him lying uncomfortably on the lab bench. I wonder if the iron-rich intrusion in his back is related. It could be a clastic. Maybe a rift opened in his body and the intrusive material later fell into the hole. Yeah, you know what Zeno's Paradox is, right? Yeah. I feel like everybody does. It's so weird reading these 18th century scholars argue about minor biblical details. It's like they're an online fandom or something. They developed this whole elaborate canon. It's fun when a word's usage goes full circle and by analogy lands back on its original meaning. Achilles was a mighty warrior, but his Achilles heel was his heel. This is very funny. When you're talking about biblical canon. Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop looking at it. We have a story about football to keep reading. That's what we were doing, right? Ah, yes, topology, the study of tops. Much like Beyblades, it's all connected. Oh yes, back to sports. Yeah, let's get back to sports. What is your name? Can you tell me a little bit about where we are? What do you do? What do you think you'll be doing tomorrow? What do you think you'll be doing in 100,000 years? What are some of your favorite hobbies? Do you think we're in the Matrix? Do you think we're in heaven? Do you think we're in hell? Do you think we should try to restart the space program? Would you like to know God personally? Yeah, we're back to sports. All right, fine, all right. Thank you so much. Okay, question 1. What is your name? Eddie Krieger. Man, I can't believe it's you. Cannot believe it. Already knew that one, so we can skip it. That counts as 1. Oh, come on. No free ones. You have 11 left. Geez, all right, you're the boss. Question 2. Can you tell me a bit about where we are? Oh, no problem, Pop. Thank you for the the gifted subs earlier. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your hockey game. I'm a bottomologist. By that I mean I study bottoms. Not like a stalker way. I say as I trip as I walked away from the bar. That's a good pickup line. That's a good pickup line. Where should you submit your answers? You write them on a little sheet of paper, hand them to a carrier pigeon, whisper into its ear to go forth and find the one you seek. And then you give it a little kiss on the forehead, mwah, and then it'll find its way to me. Can you tell me a little bit about where we are? Louisville. Oh, come on. Okay, all right. You're standing next to Bear Grass Creek, which, oh yeah, it seems like an interesting creek. It's not. I was trying to say something nice. Yeah. Tiny mailman will come and pick up your mail, and it will probably be thrown at May at random intervals. It could be years before I get it. Who knows? Who knows how long the random intervals are? Sorry. Sorry for what? I don't know. Sorry. So you're standing... Anyway. Next to... Sorry. So you're standing next to the South Fork of Beargrass Creek, which runs all around Louisville. I'm sitting in what would be called 11 Jones Cave, if anyone remembered it was here, which nobody does. Okay, I'm gonna go off script for question 3. Why is it called 11 Jones Cave? I'll answer that, but before I do, there's something we need to do. Here, come over here. Here? Closer, just for a second. Get in the shot. Here. That'll work. Hello, whoever you are. I'm Eddie, and what's your name? Tim? And this is Tim. And you, the reader, are reading this, what's that site with the name that sounds like ESPN? Sports site? Oh! Sorry, my tissue box fell. ESP Nation? SP Nation? ESB Nation. And you've been reading in on our little conversation here. It's somewhat poor taste to address you directly, but some things are more important than the fourth wall. One of those things is your personal safety and well-being. We're about to talk about 11 Jones Cave. This is a cave I live in, but I can only do that because I am unkillable. If you're reading this prior to the year of 2026, you are extraordinarily killable. Do not attempt to enter this cave. I say this for 2 reasons. The first of which is that there is a very real risk of you getting stuck in it. And second, and more important reason, is that this cave harbors extraordinarily high levels of carbon dioxide. If you're reading this prior to the year of 2026, you are extremely killable. That is a very funny line to me. Dog disappears. The story of the disappearing dog is another of the cave's claims for distinction. It happened during the 1912 hunting season, yet the memory of it lingers as though it were during the present inning of the sportsman. The hunter sat at the mouth of the cave to drink in the spring. One of his dogs came up behind him and a moment later entered the cave. The hunter waited, called the dog, then waited again. For more than an hour, the hunter sat at the mouth of the cave waiting for the dog, but the animal never reappeared. The story spread alarm among the residents of the section who heard it. I know how people are. Maybe you're telling yourself, well, I'm special. I won't get poisoned by carbon dioxide. You will, and you'll be remembered as a person who died in some crappy cave because you read it in a story you read online about sentient 178th century space probes who watch football all day, even though the most handsome character in the story completely interrupted everything to explicitly tell you not to. Who are you talking to? Don't worry about it. Well, if you won't answer, that doesn't count as one of my questions. Fair enough. You're still on question 3. Why is it called 11 Jones Cave? Nobody agrees on the story here. The most boring answer is that it was near a couple of properties owned by guys named Levin and Jones, and the name just kind of morphed out of that. The more fun story is that in the 1800s, there was a gang of bandits known as the 11 Jones Gang. They lived in a cave and built bedrooms out of its little corridors. They installed an iron gate in here to protect all the stolen treasure they stashed here. If you believe all the stories everyone ever told about this cave, there's tons and tons of treasure back here. There's a Confederate sword from the Civil War. There's a cannon for some reason. Is any of that stuff really in there? Pass. What? This kind of gives me House of Leaves vibes. Yeah, probably one of the reasons I like it so much. Nobody ever explained who the 11 Joneses were. We were sure there was booty to be found deep inside the cave. We'd heard tales of dead bodies, stolen stages and lockboxes and bags of gold. Once we found a glove in one of the rooms, and the boy who found it shrieked that it contained a severed hand. Pass. I pass on that question. Ask another. What? Why won't you tell me? I'm gonna go ahead and call that one question 4. I don't want to tell you because I don't want to deprive you of mystery. Uncertainty is our greatest scarcity. You should be delighted to not know something. You should be delighted to not know something! In our present day and age, uncertainty is our greatest scarcity. You can look up something on Google all the time. Wouldn't you rather you just didn't? That's not true. Well, I don't agree with that. That's why I'm on this hike, to find out as much as I can about the land and the people who live here. You're an asshole. What? You're an asshole. You have all the time in the world. Infinite time. And just a little bit of mystery. Ration it. It's my choice to make. Shouldn't matter to you. Going to matter to your future self. What if it's 50,000 years down the road and you're all out of mysteries? Mystery is an exhaustible resource. If you depend on that to make you happy, you better start saving it instead of gorging yourself like a little piglet. Know where that'll leave you? You'll have nothing left to explore in the world. So you'll look up at the stars, waiting for galaxies to collide. You might see it happen every couple million years. The whole time you're waiting, you'll wish for some old forest to discover, some open house to visit. There won't be any. I bet then you'll remember what I told you. Well, what do? That's question 5. I play the hits. You know what this is? A video game, I guess. It's Double Dribble. It's one of those old handheld Konami games. The screen is, you can barely even call it a screen. It's just a printed picture of a basketball court and a few little LCD illustrations that flip on and off in front of it. Way back when it was made, my grandson showed it to me. I'd never played a video game in my life. I figured I was too old for any of that business, but I played it and played it. You're this little guy and you have to dribble around the defenders and score. That's the whole game. You get to 99 points, you win. Takes some time to really get the hang of it, but not that much time. Tell you the truth, you play it for a couple weeks and you've got it down. You never miss a shot. So I made up this game where I'd try to beat it as quick as I could, and I'd try to beat my own record. I've got this little timer with me. I'd hit the button with my foot to start it, and as soon as I got to 99, I'd stop it. And eventually, I realized that it was impossible to beat the game any faster than 3 minutes, 18 seconds. For about a year, I tried to beat it faster than 3:18, and I just couldn't do it. So I'd see if I could beat it in an exact time. Like exactly 5 minutes, or exactly 20 minutes and 7 seconds. And without a timer, it's kind of hard to... You played this for a year? Well, thank you for that, Pat. He invented speedrunning. That's question 6. I've been playing it for 285 years. Usually about 8 hours a day, sometimes a lot more. Listen, this man's got the tism. I think that's been proven. It is, as someone with the tism myself, I feel I can say that's the tism. I decided I'd play it for a total 300 years. That's it. Any more than that and I may as well just stare at the walls of this cave. I kind of feel that way already some of the time, but I've got to make it last though. There are other games. There's Shinobi, Jordan vs. Bird, lots of others. There are like 10,000s of them. But suppose I get 300 years out of each of them, that's only 3 million years. Well, that's a lot of time. It's 3 million divided by infinity. Nothing is anything when you're dividing by infinity. It's full circle, folks! We were just learning about 2 times infinity. We were just learning about it. What is this? This is a piece of web fiction called 17,776. It is about the future of American football. is by John Bois. You can just look up 17,776 if you'd like to. Hi, Happy Night. Good to see you. I'm doing good. How are you? The rabbit hole paid off so fast. It's crazy. Why are you in there? Question 7. Ed Krieger, 5'10", 160, born in 1938. He was old come 2026. Ed's whereabouts are unknown. His rushing attempt has now lasted 9,313 years. I'm a safety in a long-distance football game between... I thought you were a running back. No, common misconception. The other team's been trying to tackle me so long, a lot of people forgot what position I played. Anyway, it's a long-distance game between Louisville and Charlotte, so the field's about 330 miles long. Not as long as some of the other games, but the Appalachians are right around midfield. And it's just a bear going up and down those mountains. Charlotte was whipping our asses. It was 84-14. Thing about long-distance games, though, is that they come with a ton of paperwork. Rules on top of rules on top of rules. A lot of them are just copied and pasted from other games wholesale. So who the hell knows what's in them? We were around 20 years into this football game before we really went through the rule books and started looking for something we could use. It's about as big as an encyclopedia set, but me and the rest of the folks on defense spent months going through them. Finally, we found one. It must have been a leftover from some old game they forgot to take out. It said basically if you get possession of the ball and stay in your end zone for 10,000 years without being tackled, it's an automatic win for you. Game over. And of course, our end zone was defined as the city limits of Louisville. So one of our cornerbacks, she was like, if there's somewhere you can hide in Louisville, maybe it's worth trying. And I was like, well, think of how many searchers Charlotte's going to be able to recruit over the course of 10,000 years. They'll flip this city upside down. There'll be thousands of them. But she was like, well, it's either that or we're losing this game. A few weeks later, they're just about to score on us again. They've got the ball in Mount Washington, so you know they're knocking on the door. They have this quarterback who can just zip it. Good conditions, he can throw it 700 yards. It's one of the most beautiful thrown footballs I've seen with my own two eyes. So he just launches it. But the wideout I'm covering falls in a construction site. All of a sudden, I'm all alone. Easy pick for me. But instead of trying to run it back, I retreat to Louisville, right? Wow, so, yep, and you can probably fill in the rest. When I was a boy, 8, 9, 10, I used to go up back here and play. I was like, I bet I'm the only person in the world who even remembers that that little cave at all. And look at me, I was right. Louisville, Sunday morning, December 7th, 1913. That's Pearl Harbor, the day after my birthday. Adventurers attracted by legendary wealth in unexplored cave behind St. Michael's Cemetery. Oh. Entrance to cavern. You've hid here the entire time? Yeah. You know you're famous, right? Like really, really famous? Nobody's just disappeared in the middle of a game and stayed missing for as long as you have. You're like a legend. A lot of good it does me. I wake up every morning on a rock. I'm wet, it's wet, it smells like crap. The nanos clean the carbon dioxide out of the air and bring me food, but the only food they know how to synthesize is granola bars. God bless those little fellas, but they're dumber than hell. So if this is what fame is, you can have it. By the way, that was question 8, and the answer is no. I didn't know how famous I was, and I barely care. You have 2 questions left. So this is what men are doing when I ask and they say sports stuff. Yes. Yeah. They're hiding a football in a cave for 10,000 years. That's why you never see them, am I right? Oh, men and their sports. Okay, does this game really mean so much to you that you're willing to hide in a cave for 10,000 years? Well, the game only barely matters to me at this point. There seems to be a theme here. It's enough to keep me going. It's an objective, It's an objective. I'm an old man. I was an old man. I was 87 years old the day we stopped aging. And I was in good health and all that, but I was still waking up every day and telling myself, Eddie could be any day now. Could be any day. And I made peace with that. Having an end, knowing one day would be the last. It felt correct. It felt comfortable. I know even less about American football than I do about other sports. I wasn't aware that it involved hiding in caves. Listen, you learn new things every day, Ash. You gotta keep adding things to the repertoire upstairs. That's been taken from me. The telomeres in my cells stopped shrinking. My wrinkles faded away. I remember on my 128th birthday, I woke up and it was beautiful and I went out for a run. I haven't gone out for a run my whole life. It was the best time I ever had. God damn, it was the best morning I ever had. I didn't even have good shoes for it, just my old loafers. Got blisters like you wouldn't believe. Those were the times. But those times gave way to being afraid. Who wants to live forever? What am I gonna do with forever? And so I figured, I need to get good at living life from second to second. Forget all these big conquests. Live second to second to second to second to second, one at a time. I'm so glad. That's what this cave is for. You're kind of like a monk or something then, I guess. Suppose I kind of am. But this cave's even more to me than that. There used to be newspaper articles and things about this cave. Every couple of decades, someone would rediscover it and write about it, and people would be like, well, how about it? 11 Jones Cave, a mystery cave right in the middle of this big city, and we didn't even know about it. And then they'd move on to something else, and then 20 or 30 years later, someone would remember it again. Around 1964, students at Highland Junior High School brought human bones taken from the cave to their 7th grade science teacher. Wow. And now nobody does. Even my childhood friends, the one I used to play with when I was a boy, they've forgotten about the cave we discovered in the way back when. Or else they don't care, because I'm sure as hell none of them come to visit. This is my cave. And I don't mean like I own it. I mean it like, this cave is known only to me. It's my duty to know every little crack, every little piece the rock juts out. It's my duty to know when the soil gets saturated and the water's about to come wandering through here. It's my duty to look after the little cave beetles. They don't have eyes, They need a little help sometimes. It's my little speck of the only world I know, and I love it to bits. Well, you got one more question, I think, don't you? Yeah. Would you like to know God personally? Because, see, like the bridge to God is through the cross. I have a diagram. it kind of shows how you cross the bridge of death to find salvation. And here, you can have this one. Oh, okay. Just here. Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you. Thanks. Great. Sinful man. Holy God. Jesus Christ. Incredible. I'm so bad at this. Oh, hey, there's no need to, I'm sorry. Hey now, I'm sorry. I know the Lord's up there. I want everyone to know he's coming. But I'm just so nervous to tell people. I've been trying all these years and I always feel stupid. So I get real nervous every time. And the printer prints it weird and it's all blocky and fuzzy when you print it out, so it looks stupid. Maybe he is up there. You don't have to. No, really. I don't believe so, but I've been wrong before. You ever wonder if this is heaven now? You ever wonder if we're all just there now and we don't know it? I've thought about that. All of us have. There's a lot less people who go to church than there used to be, because that's what a lot of people think. But I don't think so. But I think about it, and I think, well, I can't be, because I'm like you. I kind of look at the big long life ahead of me that stretches out forever and disappears, and I get scared, and I think this can't be heaven if I'm getting scared, right? And then I think, maybe I am in heaven. And heaven is scary. I know exactly what you mean. Maybe I am in heaven. And heaven is pretty scary. Goes so hard as a line, dude. So hard. That's crazy. So they haven't figured out the God question yet. Nope. What do you two think? No. Maybe. Maybe. 15,000 years of deep space travel through absolute nothing and you're still a maybe? Yep. Sometimes I wonder if you're really a scientific instrument. Fuck's sake, let's not do this again. Alright. Well, 9, you can think whatever you want. What do you think? I think so. I think there's a higher power. Oh, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. I'm a failure of a big sister. Well, I mean, nobody can explain why people are living forever, right? Nobody can explain what happened 15,000 years ago. It's a miracle. Well, to be fair, listen, I'm gonna argue against myself here. That's the privilege of saying maybe. Is that a miracle? Yeah, I guess it is, but so is life in the first place. Hell, pull it back way further than that. The mere fact anything exists is a miracle in the first place. Imagine if nothing ever existed in the universe, except for a pebble. It's surrounded by nothing, and it never does nothing at all. Why? Why does it exist? That is a miracle. And to get from that to chemicals reacting in stars and magnetic fields and whatnot, that's 1,000 miracles piled on top of each other. And to get from that to life that crawls out of the water and gets smart enough to make us and blow our little tin can asses out here, that's just being greedy. So if you ask me, you got lots and lots and lots of homework to do before you can point to immortality as evidence of anything at all. But still, maybe. Hey, can I go out on my own for a little while? Sure, I was wondering when you'd do that. I'm not your parent. You ought to do what you want. Go call some people. Make some friends down there. I can do that? You sure can, buddy. Okay. You know where you're going? Clearly, you do. What could be here? Man rediscovers asceticism, encounters one of the last evangelicals mixed with the other social commentary is wild. Dude, John Block cooked up something crazy here. Oh, that's a penis. Oh no, that's a penis. My brain cannot fathom forever. Neither can mine. But my dumb ass was like, oh, if I lived forever, then I could finish Satisfactory. If I had all the time in the world, I could finally beat my favorite game in the whole wide world, Satisfactory. If I only had all the time that has ever existed, I could do it. I think if we inscribed it into Voyager, it should be safe for Twitch. Oh, this was inscribed into Voyager? Nice. What is that? Oh, is that Voyager? Hello? 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 Who is this? Well, they call me Nine. How did you get this number? Who gave you this number? 10 gave me the number 9. Do you know 10? It's inscribed on a gold plate inside Voyager to explain who we are in case aliens find it. Oh. Nice. Immortality means more time to procrastinate. Oh. Listen, I don't need immortality, but 300 years? I think that would be pretty sick. You know? Yeah, the plate is basically trying to explain humanity and where Voyager came from. Cool idea. Oh. Like, can you imagine how big of a Twitch streamer I could be in 300 years? Baby. Twitch might even start counting viewer numbers correctly by then. Hold on. Anyway. The fear of death is not currently breaking me out of my procrastination, so I don't think immortality will adjust that. True. 300 years later, count only goes up for ads. No. Yeah. Listen, we like talking a little crazy here. God, give me the phone. Nancy? Oh my god, Tenny? Hi. Oh my god, hi, how are you? I'm good, I'm good. It's so good to hear your voice. You too, what a nice surprise. So I hate to come and go, but there's someone I wanted you to meet. Nine, say hi. Hi. Nine, hi, how are you? I don't know. Nine's a little bit... Nine's new. Just woke up a couple days ago. Now, Nine hasn't talked to anyone but Juice and I'm not so good at the small talk yet. So this is first contact. Well, how about that? Yes, and we were wondering if Nine could spend a few minutes with you. Well, of course, I was just cooking some breakfast. Fantastic, Nance. I'll check in with you later. Thank you so much. You two have fun. Wait, what? Are you just... You're not gonna stay? Oh boy, okay, you're a little starstruck, huh? Nancy's a very good friend of mine. She's very nice. You'll be fine. Bye! Bye, Missy. Talk to you soon. So, not too good with small talk, huh? I guess probably not. Well, there's no shame in that. It's really tough. It takes a lot of practice. The first thing you do is introduce yourself, so I'll do that. My name is Nancy McGunnell. What's yours? None. Or I guess my full name is Pioneer 9. So I guess that makes Pioneer 10 your sister. Yeah, when I first woke up, she said she was my little sister, but just a minute ago, she said she was my big sister. How does that make you feel? Hold on, I'm trying to find the word. I was launched in 1968, and she was launched in 1972. So technically I'm older, but she's been awake longer, and she knows way more, and she's a way better talker than I am. So I guess the word isn't insulted. I guess it's embarrassed. I've never felt embarrassed before. I'm feeling a lot of things for the first time. I built up a ton of residual memory in space, so it's like, I know it, but I haven't thought about it. That must be exciting, but I bet it's also a little weird, huh? Yeah. Well, don't get too discouraged. You know, your sister and your buddy Juice weren't always so hot at communicating either. Thousands of years ago, they made first contact with us. And at first, we had no idea it was them. You have to understand how confusing it was. After an eternity of total silence from the universe, we finally received a clear transmission from somewhere. We had no idea where it was coming from. You want to know what the very first thing they said was? What? Fart. Come on, come on, come on. This is first contact with humanity we are talking about. Far too much responsibility to just throw away on a dumb joke. No, absolutely not. It'll be funny. Do you have any idea how frightened humankind will be? They have probably forgotten we are even out here. They're going to think we are extraterrestrials or a godlike figure or something. We knew to approach this very, very delicately. They'll be fine. Just say fart. Every day for a year, just transmit the message fart and never answer them. LOL, actually wait, do it every day at 4:10. So, like fartin', 4:10, fartin', get it? You are unbelievable. Come on, it ain't like they don't have it coming. I mean, they drew a dick on you. They drew a picture of a dude butt-ass naked and he's waving like, hi, I got a dick, look at my dick. And then they bolted to your ass and blew you into space. This plaque is of scientific importance. LOL, man, they drew the East Coast and killed Google Reader. Fuck 'em. They drowned the East Coast and killed Google Reader. Fuck 'em. Oh man. Oh man. We were frightened down here. It was something I'd never felt before. Kind of amused and terrified at the same time. So I think I know how you feel. I'm happy that you can know how I feel. So, you've got me, 9. What would you like to talk about? You're not busy or anything? Not at the moment. Is your game over? No, not yet. Hold on. Just want to make sure I'm not being tapped. Okay, should be fine. Valid reasoning, so true. Does the other team spy on you? They try to. Is that legal? Yeah, not very sportsmanlike, but it is legal. A few years back, I got careless. I had the ball and we were running a misdirection. I had about 200 blockers on that play. I told them all to go southeast to try and draw out the defense, and then I snuck off and ran northeast all by myself. Spent the night in a hotel in North Platte. I called my coach from the hotel phone. Turns out they had it tapped. Next morning, I went out to get breakfast because, this was no fancy hotel. I wasn't in the mood to eat fruit out of a plastic cup. By the time I got back to my room, the ball was gone. From then on, I always used the room safe every time I stayed at a hotel. So that was a fumble? They ran it all the way back too. That was the first score of the game. It's now 24-24. 9, you there? Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking up your route. I don't understand what you're doing. July 2nd, July 3rd, and she goes to Homer. Look funny to you? Yeah. Well, a couple days back, I ran into a twister. That allowed me to... Oh yeah, I saw it. We were watching. Oh, fun! Yes, that twister blew me a few miles north. Good thing, too, because Iowa had me just about totally surrounded. They would have tackled me for sure, and then it'd be back to the grind. You tuned in at about the right time. This game's been real slow in parts. We'll spend a week grinding out a 1-mile drive. Then we turn it over on downs, repeat over and over. Getting the sort of open field I've got right now is a real luxury. But more to your point, I'm just really trying to go where they're not. They've got defenders patrolling the end zone, but they're not as concentrated up here. I'm about 8,000 yards from the river now. I'm real close. This afternoon, I'll probably make a break for it. Seems weird to me that you'd want to be so close to a town. It's usually my game plan whenever I'm in a cross-country game like this one, especially somewhere like Nebraska. If I'm in the middle of nowhere, I stick out, right? So someone could spot me from half a mile off. And of course, if I'm in a town, there are lots of eyes and ears on me, and unless it's a real friendly town, word gets around. So I like to stay in the periphery, just outside of town, where they forget to look. This is so far from my idea of football. Football's different things to different people. I see this kind of football, the open world kind, as its end state. The old grid football, the 100-yard kind, was basically just training wheels. The game was always all about the field, of course, the ground, the earth. And it was kind of like, here, take this little boring, flat, grassy rectangle and prove you can really know and understand it. Look at him on the gridiron. Sorry. And they spent hundreds of years getting to know the hell out of it. And now, to me, football is a further exercise in getting to know and love this world, this planet, The actual ground. It's so rich with history, it's just embarrassing. I've been thinking the same thing. I was telling someone just the other day that I can barely walk 10 feet without sticking my foot into some kind of sacred ground where something special happened. Maybe a week ago, maybe 10,000 years ago. You see right over there, a couple 100 yards from where I'm standing? That's where Al Capone's brother lived. You know who Al Capone is? Hold on. Yeah. His brother lived there. He was a prohibition agent for the government. Can you believe that? All this time his brother was the most famous bootlegger in America, and here he was, doing the exact opposite. At war with each other like they were Greek gods or something. And of course, the town's named after Homer. Can't make that up. It's a funny world. So they're not here anymore. Oh, no. They passed long before the moment, when people stopped passing on. I was just thinking about people from back then. The people who lived a little too soon to live forever. It's not fair. It's not. It's really not. Do you ever think about those people? I do. I think about them often. I was almost one of them. Really? I was about the last person in the world you'd expect to see in front of you right now. Star running back, I was not. A little after my 70th birthday, I got sick. She's 70? And it was hard. It was painful. I was starting to think, well, pretty soon's probably going to be my time. I couldn't get out of the house a whole lot. My daughter would come to visit. She was great, but she could only be there some of the time. So a lot of the time I'd just sit in my living room and watch TV. I started to watch football. I'd kind of grown up with it a little, but tell you the truth, I hadn't usually been much of a fan. But I got fixed up with a little satellite dish and I'd watch it every Sunday. Why is this making me cry? I watched the Browns a lot. Oh, they're good. You were made in 1968? Yeah. You'd better check your residual memory. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, because wasn't that the only Super Bowl that the Browns ever won? I started watching them because my grandpa was always a big fan. They were bad. They just stunk up the field every week. I think in 2026 they went 3-15, something like that. I loved that about them because, you know, I'd flip around all the channels on the satellite box and all the shows were about people winning, people succeeding, people getting happy endings. And even in sports, you know, even if a team was having a bad year, it was just kind of their turn to be bad. And in a few years, they'd be good again. And I'm sitting on my sofa thinking, a lot of good that does me. I don't know anything about that kind of life. I don't need to see all these stories when I'm sitting in this dusty little house with an oxygen tank. Just don't need it. But the Browns, I knew they'd always be there. They'd always lose. I got up every morning. It hurt. And at night I'd go to bed. They'd get up every Sunday, get the tar beat out of them, and they'd show up the next Sunday to do it all again. I loved that. I loved them, I felt like. I felt like I was one of them. Did they ever win the championship? The Super Bowl? What? Oh, yeah. Huh. No, they never did. The miracle that didn't happen for them happened for me. I remember they gave me 3 to 6 months. Well, 3 months passed, then 6, and they drive me to the doctors, and the doctor's like, this is not adding up. So they'd send me to a hospital in the city, run all kinds of tests, and they're like, well, it's happening to you too. And I said, what? And they said, nothing. Nothing? Nothing. I was getting better. Not even a few years later. I was all the way back to my old self. Those were wild days. For all of us. For everybody, they were wild days. And there's no way to know, of course, but I feel like the team carried me that far. That day was the finish line. I think they helped carry me there. I've been thinking about what that's like. Not existing, I mean. Well, I guess we'll never know. Ken and Juice are really broken up about the bulb. I know. I was so sad to hear about it. Truly tragic. It meant a lot to me. I can only imagine what y'all must be going through. They're more sad about it than me. It's like they're not used to saying goodbye to anything. No, none of us are. Best problem to have, I suppose. Wait, John Bois, I need to know, are the dogs dying? John Bois, did the dogs die? John Bois, I actually have a lot of questions about this world you've built around football. I'm sorry I cried about that woman because she was old and sick. Old people that are sick make me cry. Oh, but are the dogs dying? I need to know. You know, my grandpa had this big neon sign he always had in the family room. It said, "Go Browns" on it in big letters and had that brown helmet. I think he brought it home from one of his buddies at the bar or something. Couldn't say for sure. My grandma thought it looked tacky. I remember she'd always say, "You can turn that thing on after I go to bed." That was the compromise. Yeah, give the dogs immortality too. But in that case, there would be no new dogs. Oh, and we need new dogs. Oh no. Oh no. The night he passed away, I was staying the night. My grandma woke me up in the middle of the night and said a neighbor was coming by to watch me. The grandpa had passed on. They'd already taken him away, and in the middle of everybody running around, there were a few minutes there where I was just by myself in the family room, and that sign was the only thing on, and it just softly lit up the room in this beautiful sort of orangey brown. I was 8 years old then, and I remember just kind of standing there and looking at the light in the room. And you know what I thought? I remember thinking how strange it was that the light was still on. I thought that, well, if he was gone, then the light switched on should have turned off. That as soon as he went, everything should go with him. But there it was, though. Just glowing. I don't remember if there's been a reference to animals aside from the Burger King food. That's a good point! But I think John Bois is implying that the Burger King food is not made out of real meat. Oh, hold on. How'd it go? Good? I think it went good. Nancy told me about the plaque. Oh god, of course she did. So they attached it to you in case extraterrestrials found you? Yep. Did you ever see any? Nope. Do you think we ever will? I've been looking really hard for thousands of years, and I have no reason to think so. Fuck. What? You're a drawing of butt-ass naked people that's hurtling through space and for no reason. Like, imagine a million years from now you reach some far-off galaxy that's nearing entropy and like nothing ever moves around in it anymore. It's just still for thousands and thousands of years, and then you come on zooming through. Whoosh! Here's a dick! See? 9 likes my joke. Laugh it up. Laugh it up. You think you're so hilarious just because... Our battery ran out. Aw, thanks for hanging out, Ash. Hope you sleep well. Oh shit, 9, buddy? Don't freak out, this is normal, you're fine, you just need to recharge. Here, you got one? Yeah, I got like one. Eat it up, little buddy. Hey. You lost your charge, that's all. I would have warned you, I just thought your capacity was going to be a little higher. You've only got a little power left. After that, you're going to have to charge up for a while. How long? Hard to say. Probably a few months at least. No, I mean, how much time left on this charge? Oh, I don't know. A few minutes? Listen, it's no big deal. Juice and I had to shut down all the time. Juice and I have to shut down all the time. I have to see New York. Oh, come on, it can wait. No, now. I have to see it. Bro. Ash the goat physicist. I have to see it. I have to see New York. Today's stream has been an emotional roller coaster, dude. They tried to bargain at first. Oh, they're making shit up. Like, well, I won't be alive to have to deal with it. Like, well, who cares if I live in Kansas City? Who cares I live in Kansas City? Like, I just worked a double and I'm too tired. Don't bother me with this shit. But when it started happening, they kept bargaining like, well, we'll just fix it with science. Like, well, it's not too late to stop it. Like, well, it's just gonna melt a little. Nah, man, all of it. Like, all of it. And then all this was gone. I miss it dearly. Heard the bagels were trash, though. Hello, you've reached Emily. TY. Babe, it was the wrong ball. It was a tie ball. Wait. Ty Detmer? Yep. Hi, Bumble. And he said there was gonna be... Yeah, like your baguettes were any better, Juice. Hi. And he said, yeah. Yep. The dealer said, yeah, sure, there's a Coy Detmer autograph ball this guy's grandpa used to have. So I made a dive into Queens, right address and everything. Oh no. Everything was there like he said it was, but it was a Ty Detmer autograph ball. Oh no, Jason, oh my god. Fucking figures. Shit, babe, I'm so sorry. Man, it's too bad. Welcome on in, Frosty Butthole. How you doing? We're reading 17,776, so you like weird stories. Come hang out. It's too bad. If only it was a tie game. Then it'd be a tie game. Yeah. You get it? Get what? Jesus, the joke. The joke. I was telling a joke. Oh, tie game, you know. God, you're Jasoning out. Sorry. How are you feeling? Kind of relieved, I guess, actually. This game's probably over. This was my shot. Well, you still got 400 years. Man, you know, this could have been a game. Like a great game. If Mike hadn't burned up those 17... Man. Because it's like, okay, this was a genius design for a game. And now we've talked about it a million times. And I know we've talked about this a million times. We've talked about everything a million times, baby. But like, it's so rare to be able to drop a game around uncertainty. I mean, how many footballs has Coy Detmer autographed? Nobody really knows. I bet he doesn't even know. So in the process of playing this game, we find out that number. And once we know, we can't play the same game again. This was special. We can't replay it. You know what it's like? I was just reading about this morning. It's like a Fermi problem. What's that? It's named after this guy named Fermi, Enrico Fermi. He was this famous mathematician, and he would ask questions. Like the big one was, how many piano tuners are there in Chicago? So how do you answer that without actually going and counting, right? Well, you ask a lot of little questions that kind of hack away at the answer. Questions like, okay, first off, how many pianos do you think there are in Chicago? And then it's like, well, what percentage of people actually own a piano? Do you estimate the number of people who, you know, you've been to their house and you know they have a piano? And then you divide that by the total number of people's houses you've been to. I'm going to say let's just keep it easy. 1 in 100 homes has a piano in it. Sure, we'll use that. And the population of Chicago is like 3 billion. 3 billion? Million. 3 million. You said billion. I swear you said billion. Well, whatever. You know I meant million. So that would mean there are 300,000 pianos in Chicago. There are 3 million people in Chicago, not 3 million homes. You're probably looking at it, I don't know, 1 million homes maybe? That's like 3 people per home. But you have to think about the number of Chicago homes that could actually accommodate a piano, probably fewer than usual. There you go, now you're getting the game. Man, where did you read about that? Wikipedia. You're rabbit holing again? Yep. God, I can't believe I didn't know about that until now. It basically describes exactly what I've spent all these years doing. She's just like me, for real, for real! I swear, I'll never get to the bottom of Wikipedia, or at least it'll take a long time. You know, they've started putting in entries for apartment histories. Lori was telling me about it. What do you mean? Like the history of an apartment. You can type in 123 whatever street, apartment 3, and it'll be this enormous history of everything that ever happened in that apartment. ASMR. True. I thought it was kind of cool. So how's New York? It's good. I decided to take a swim over to Manhattan. I'm on a rooftop now. Oh, that's a hell of a swim. It is. I'd forgotten. It's easy to think, especially as an out-of-towner. It's easy to think, I'll just stop at a skyscraper every so often and catch my breath. But there's this huge chunk of it between downtown and midtown that's almost totally below the waterline. There just aren't that many tall buildings. You know, actually, I was thinking I could design a pretty good game here. Really? I mean, I just thought of it today. I haven't really. Tell me. Okay, well, the end zones would be Midtown and Downtown, right? Like maybe Battery Park and Bryant Park would be the 2 end zones. Maybe 20 players to a side, and they all get a speedboat. Ooh. So obviously, with all the water in between, the middle of the field would be some pretty wide open play. But around the end zones, it'd get all hairy, because you basically have to sail through city blocks. But at the same time, you could kind of use them too. Take crazy routes to throw off your tacklers. So the blocks would block for you. See? Yes. And it also fits thematically because New York City's grid was literally called a gridiron when they drew it up in the early 1800s, way before there was even football. So it's like a perfect fit. You always have to get cute. Always. I've got an idea. Yep. Make the ball really heavy. Make it out of lead or something. So if, hey, how do you tackle somebody? Probably just by ramming your speedboat right into them. They're tackled if they fall in the water. Okay, so they fumble. The ball's really heavy, so it doesn't float. It sinks to the bottom. So all of a sudden, the game turns into a diving expedition. Oh, wow, I love it. See? See? That's why you're married to a 386-time TCL most valuable player. There you go. There you go. Are the skyscrapers part of the field? Sure. I guess so. I don't think this game would have been as much fun back in the day, you know, before this place sunk. There's just a bunch of ground. Way more interesting when there's just no open field. Okay, we've got ads. I'm gonna go take a break real quick and then I will be right back. I don't know, I have no idea how close to the finishing this we are. I'd like to finish it tonight, but we might not, because I've probably only got like half an hour to an hour in me left. So anyway, BRB. Welcome on in, Unforced Monkey. Thank you for saying the Delectable. The suitable cheesecake replacement. I do lack toes. I lack the toes. And thanks for following, Frosty. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I was, Gwen, I was thinking about what you were saying while I was taking my break. Because, like, I know a lot of my folks are lurkers. And I think one of the things that I've been trying to do is stuff that requires people to chat. And, like, why would I want to put that type of cognitive load on my viewers? Like, you guys come to my stream to turn your brain off. So if all you want to do is type Keck W once every 7 streams, that's fine. If you just want to go, huh? Once every 3, 4, 5 streams, whatever. If you want to never chat, that's fine with me, dude. Nuh-uh. So, like, I really should just be yapping, doing my thing, not worrying about whether or not I'm engaging you guys chat-wise. What matters is whether or not I'm engaging you brain-wise. Like, if you're having a good time watching. Or listening. I'd love to be the thing you listen to while you do your chores. Alright, I don't remember where we were. Oh, there we go. You should write that game. Seriously, you've got a good one. Maybe I will. Although, I'd have to drag people out to New York to play it. I don't know how many takers I'd get. Shit, I've told you the computer parts story, right? The what? New York? Computer parts? Not ringing a bell? If you have, I don't remember. Oh god, there's no way I haven't told you, but whatever, okay. I have to tell you the computer parts story. Okay, alright. So an old teammate of mine told me this story. I guess back in 2000 or something, he was house sitting for his uncle. His uncle had this apartment in Tribeca. He worked for the NFL. He didn't know what his uncle did for the NFL exactly, but he made good money. Well, he was in Tribeca, I bet so. Right? I know. So at this point, this kid is like 19. And when you're 19, obviously, it's like the dream of a lifetime to go visit New York City and have some swank-ass place all to himself. Oh, absolutely. So he's there for like a few days. And all of a sudden, he gets a call from his uncle. And his uncle is like, listen, you've got to do something for me. You've got to take some stuff that's in my freezer and take it to my office on Park Avenue. And he's like, can't you send someone to do it? And he's like, no, it's kind of a secret. I kind of fucked something up and I just got busy and never got around to bringing it to the office. And now they're wondering where it is. So you need to meet my buddy there and deliver it to him. I'd have someone else do it if I could, but I'm in a jam or whatever. Okay. So he's like, okay. And he looks in the freezer. And since it's this swanky apartment, he's got a full-size standing freezer. It's not just your regular fridge freezer things. Sure. And he opens it up, and it's full of piss. What? It's full of actual piss. It's full of all these little vials of urine samples. What the fuck? So it turns out that his uncle is an official in charge of collecting urine samples from NFL players. He just kept them at his place? I guess, I don't know. Apparently he was kind of a fuck up or something. I guess he just thought it was good as storing them in the office and he just never got around to testing them. So that ends up with him literally having an entire freezer full of NFL piss. Holy shit. So this kid doesn't really know what to do. He gets the huge rolling suitcase he traveled with and he just starts dumping the vials in there and then he heads to the subway. He gets off at some station in Midtown and the suitcase is apparently really heavy because, I mean, it's filled with liquid. And when he's rushing up the subway steps, he can hear the glass rattling around and breaking. So, I mean, this entire plan is going to hell. Oh man, oh no. And he was in one of those stations where you have to go up like 3 different sets of stairs. And the last one, he's halfway up and some guy asks him like, hey, do you want me to help you with that? So he grabs the other end and helps him carry it up. See, New Yorkers always had this bad reputation. I always thought everyone was cool there. Shh. Okay. So they're halfway up the steps and the guy asks him, damn, this thing is heavy. What the hell do you have in here anyway? Nice. Thank you, Ty. Not the piss suitcase. And of course, he's not about to tell him it's full of urine samples, so he just blurts out, computer parts! Computer parts? Yeah, and then so immediately, without a second of hesitation, this guy hits him in the face and runs off with the bag. And he told me the sight of him running off with the bag in a hurry Just couldn't wait to make off with it. God, that's too good. That is too good. I'm like positive you've never told me that one. Weird to be here. I saw this mural today. I was all over the city, just diving and looking at stuff. And this big painting on the side of a building. It was all the way down below the waterline. A little bit worn away. But it was still in pretty good shape considering. What was it? It was like this painting of a mother. I guess it was a mother holding her baby. Never cried underwater before. Babe, are you okay? Yeah. I don't know if this is gonna come out right. I mean, we got here, you know? We got here. We grew up thinking one day it'd be our time to go. And it just never was. It never was. Going under that water is like going back through time. Everything is like it was. All the buildings were built, all the cars were neatly parked, all the garbage cans were bolted to the sidewalk by people who were afraid to die. It was the meticulous craftsmanship of terrified people. We didn't know we'd have each other for good. Back then there was real fear, real worry. The world was all fucked up. I remember feeling so alone, like I was the only one fighting it. We were all in it together though. Every stranger you ever met, they were fighting the very same fight you were. Of course, you didn't talk about it with them, but all of us saw that terror. The terror any mortal person has. That terror wasn't natural. No other creature in the universe woke up every morning knowing it was guaranteed to die one day. Just us. Nobody should have to live with that. It's too much. It isn't right. No one should have had to bear that. But we did. We all stared it down and kept going. And we did it together. We were in it, all in it together. It felt lonely, but we were never alone. We all had each other, no matter how often we forgot it. All of us. We always had each other. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Oh, is that the mural? Oh. This Crime Stoppers tape. So what do you think? You ready for bed? I'm gonna wake up, right? Promise? Promise. I'm not sure when, but I promise. Okay, yeah, I'm ready. How much time do I have left? Right about a minute, looks like. 1 minute, huh? Okay, I can do this. First, don't worry about anyone dying due to rising sea levels. Everyone was safely relocated, and I am happy to report that folks in places like Houston and Louisiana and Savannah were able to preserve their cultures elsewhere in the country. Second, you may have noticed that Maine's new border was strangely preserved in a straight line. That's because the Canadians, being slightly more forward thinkers, dispatched aid directly to the state to build a retaining wall. Third, the rest of the world is basically carrying on just fine. While it is tragic that much of the Caribbean was lost, I am relieved to report to you that they were safely relocated and their cultures remain alive and robust to this day. Fourth, Tin really should have told you that at the outset that in the process of establishing our first contact with you, it would require lots and lots of waiting. That experience was unfair to you, and due to very bad oversight on our part. She feels bad about it, and so do I, and we were both sorry. Fifth, no, for the millionth time, we really do not know why humans stopped aging. Sixth, Tin's wordings was a little clumsy with regard to people stopped aging. To clarify, babies in the womb in 2026 were indeed born and grew into adults, and all the children grew into adulthood as well. Seventh, I know we really didn't actually look at any people, but thanks to medical technologies, people can essentially be whatever age they feel like between 220 and 100-ish. Some people choose to be old. They just like it that way. It's great. Eighth, we're not in some kind of simulation or matrix or whatever, and even if we were, there'd be no way to prove it, so who gives a shit. Ninth, I know your residual data indicates to you that the universe will eventually be ended via heat death. Good news. That's bullshit that we thought was true in the 20th century before we had thousands more years to study it. The Earth is always going to be there, because 10th, they figured out how to keep the sun going perpetually. 11th, all the old buildings on Earth are still standing because they were built really well, and new technologies help keep them in good shape. 12th, that cop in Nebraska was there because he decided it was his role. There's still some things like petty theft or whatever going on, but these people are the people of the 20th and 21st centuries, and they like the world they built, and they keep those things, those seemingly redundant roles intact because they are who they are. 13th, changing ocean geography aside, state borders remain identical for the same reason. 14th, no, you are never going to die, and neither will we. 15th, time's almost up. Fuck, well, I got pretty far. I love you guys. Love you too. Love y'all too. I need to make a partition in my data storage. This is the end, right? The end of the story? We were always at the end. It's a free play, buddy. Clock's all zeros. It's after the end of the world. Wait, is this the end of it? I don't remember this being the end of it. Pioneer 9 has not made contact with Earth since 1983. It is almost certainly not operational, but is very likely to still exist. Pioneer 10 last sent signals to Earth in 2003. It is believed to be 10 billion miles from Earth and traveling at nearly 27,000 miles per hour. JUICE, or Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, is currently being developed by the European Space Agency. It is scheduled to launch in 2022. I truly believe this is one of the greatest pieces of art ever made. I know, maybe that's silly. Maybe that's a lot to say. It is one of the most clever pieces of art I've ever interacted with. Just smart, funny, always relevant. You don't even have to like football. JUICE has in fact launched. Let's go. Oh. God, I hope to make something as incredible as this one day. Go read 17,776 by John Bois. Do it. Yeah, it's up there at worst, for sure. Woof. Thank you guys for coming on this journey with me that started kind of randomly. Where I was like, I just have to show this to you guys, and then I decided I was going to read through the whole thing. Anyway, tomorrow's Final Fantasy. I don't know how much Final Fantasy we're going to play. I'm going to try. But we'll probably do a bunch of just chatting at the beginning. I don't know. It depends on how many people show up. So, let me find somebody to raid us out. Dude, what a crazy stream. We started emotional at the top. Oh my god, Cinder's back. Wow. Emotional up at the top. Then we had an emotional time reading that. Let me see how long Tetra's gonna be streaming.
Computer is the funniest thing that they're just setting it up to 98 to 99%. You're a fucking psychopath to me. Thank you. But like,
I think we should just raid her anyway. Thanks. I'm glad you guys had a good time. I had a great time. Thank you to all the folks who gifted subs and gave bits. Very appreciated. I'm gonna raid you guys out to Tetra. She's a sweetheart. Please go give her all my love. Please, please, please. And I'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. CST, for some Final Fantasy XIV. Alright. Catch you later, nerds! Bye!